Hey, what's up, y'all? I'm Michael, Destro
Right.
Designs, here live from Viper Den Studios. Joining me this week is my brother Abhi from Figure Fight Club and the Figure Fight Club community over there on Facebook. It's really awesome to have him in this week. I know you guys have heard me mention him before a few times. You've seen him jump in the chat. You've seen me over there on Tuesday nights. He was nice enough to have me in on a Friday, and I rambled on about GI Joe for a couple hours, and they took it like champs.
Hey,
I
listen,
don't think
it's about
I
passion, right? I mean, that's really what it's about. And you have the passion for GI Joe, and I love that. So there's
do
nothing
that.
wrong with
Thank you. No, I appreciate it. Actually, that's what LP said the one night when I was watching his show and I said something in the chat and he was like, "Oh, Destro Design Joe is you should follow him. He's a good guy." And he's like, "Motherfucker can talk." He's like, "I seen him over on Fair Fight Club and the dude can talk." I was like, "Thank you. It's
it.
very nice."
Definitely can talk for sure. But I mean, again, you have passion for the figures, and that it shows. And that's the cool thing about it. And you're also a new collector, honestly. You're what, like a year in?
Yeah. So December 2024, I saw the Alley Viper. So a year and
Yeah.
a couple months, 14,
Yeah.
15 months.
I mean, I
Yeah.
would still say you're kind of like new to collecting. So the fact that you're that passionate and then you have the historic knowledge from like the old cartoons and the comic books, that's awesome.
Thank you. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's as I got recently, like around this Christmas when it was like basically we are hitting a year, and I was
Yeah.
like reflecting on it, and I was like, man, I was like this isn't something that just happened when I saw the classifieds. This was something that was laying dormant from childhood. That like it got buried under my whatever all the wild and crazy times I was having in my 20s. Trust me, there was no room for toys or anything. Like I lived in a very sparse house because like I
Yeah.
worked, I traveled a lot. Like I was a crazy person in my 20s. That was any kind
Gotcha.
of normal thing like collecting or sitting down. Like I had a book collection, and then I did actually have a box of the GI Joes from when I was a kid. I never took them out. I would always mention that I had them, like, oh, I got this, and then man, in my 20s, I'm this one time when I moved from Albany back to Troy, I left like almost like a trip where I was like, oh, I'll go back and get the rest of this stuff after we drop this stuff off. And again, my 20s were wild, and I wound up leaving a box and then a couple things like my baseball jersey from when I was in high school and a box that had all that keepsake stuff in it. I couldn't freaking believe it. Only thing that survived from that was somehow inexplicably in a box that did get taken, I have a sandwich baggie that had like 6 or 7 of the ones, right? No accessories, no nothing, but it's cool to have those original
Yeah,
ones for sure.
I
And
agree.
they're and then what I wound up doing, on Tuesday, I think I showed you guys a couple of the new ones in the video I posted in the Figure Fight Club Facebook
Mhm.
community was the latest edition. So what I'm classified, right? Everything I got here is the 6-inch scale, the 1/12 scale, except I saw on eBay that there was one of my all-time favorites, Scrap Iron. He was complete, and it was like $22 shipped, and I went, I want that. And I'm not going to set it up and take pictures or anything, but that's one of my favorite ones all time. It was a game changer because he had that little missile system, and
Yeah.
and then when I got him, I was like, oh, you know what? I can just get like, because when I think back, and it's like when I try to make a list of what my favorite ones are, I go by the ones that I had, right? Like there was a bunch, like I didn't get a Snow Serpent till way late, but I hold that in the highest regard. I think it's one of the best action figures of like my whole childhood, like out of all the lines. It's
Mhm.
amazing. But I didn't have that. So I was like, oh, I can just get, like a dozen or so of the ones that I really remember having and playing with all the time. And so I think I've got about 10 of them now. And I just was thinking about it earlier. I was like, yeah, I think for sure I'm gonna get me a beachhead, a low light, and a hit and run. And once I get those, I don't think I'll need to get any more unless I come across like just a can't say no deal, right? But I also like having just the ones that I remember. It is like a really like a I don't know what it is when I think about that. It's like, yeah, just here's a small display with all the ones that these are the ones that like did it for me. So when you see me
Mhm.
going like this on the screen at a podcast, it's from these are the figures, right?
Got you.
Real quick, we're gonna see who's we got in the chat here this week in Hearthstone. What's up, my brother? Tex Thompson in the house. Glad you can make it, my dude. Snow Leopard. So real quick, Abhi, my brother Snow Leopard here
Mhm.
is the absolute best. Speaking, he's got a ton of 3 3/4 figures. Speak of the devil on those, but he is joining us now from the other side of the world, and it is like
Oh,
2:30 in the morning over there. My man comes through and gives that
oh yeah.
support. I absolutely love it. Figure Fan Samurai, what's up, my dude? Big Red,
What's
my
that?
brother. Glad you can make it. I almost forgot about the show. Nice, nice. I mean, hey, it's Saturday night. Just another jerk is here. Zaymon is here. What's up, my brothers? Did I see a Paul Morales? I didn't think I see a Paul Morales. My dude is always here. I was going to give him a special shout out as a incredible gesture. He sent me the Mezco Destro. He was like, you have this amazing collection. You are Destro, and yet you don't have what is the definitive figure of Destro. And he's like, that we can't have that anymore. And that very generously sent me that figure. I thought it was amazing. So thank
Paul
you
is
to
a
my
good dude
brother
for sure.
Paul Morales from at the Toy Chamber, and you'll see him, Abhi. And I think I think he comes through in the chat on Tuesdays too.
I believe
For
he
sure.
does. Yeah.
His name on is awesome. We have actually a giveaway going on right now, courtesy of that gentleman. He sent me a bunch of stuff. The box is over there. Maybe I'll grab that later. But yeah, he sent some unbelievably cool, rare stuff. If you look, I put it up on Facebook and on Twitter. I don't think I put it up on Instagram now that I think about it. But basically, it's just, give my dude Zaman a follow. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube. And then what I do is
Mhm.
I have my daughters pick names out of a hat. Just so
Nice.
yep. So I think the one prize is wetsuit. The other prize is a Crimson Guard, but it's the Crimson Shadow 3 3/4 figure, mint on card.
Okay.
And that one comes with 2 of the GI Joe Choose Your Adventure books, which are awesome. And then in the first place is, or the next one would be, is GI Joe Special Missions #1, the one with Beachhead on the cover. And damn, I think there was and that also comes with a Jada Toys 3 die-cast mini vehicle set. I think it's the Vamp Mark II, the Hist, and the Striker, I believe. So yeah, if you're here and you're subscribed, just try to find one of those posts on Facebook for Destro Designs or on Twitter, Destro Designs, and you find that giveaway. And all you got to do is just give me the hell yeah, and that's how I know you're entered. Most of the time, the people that come in these giveaways, and it's just, it's cool to get more followers. But what I like about it is most of the time the winners are people who have been, following for a while anyway. They just come and they say, hey, I meet the criteria, here, I'll put my hand up, and that's that. So yeah, that's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I agree.
great crew that of people that I met over there on Twitter, and I'm sure you've heard me talk about it before. My whole toy journey went through this group of guys where I found the Alley Viper on Amazon. I bought that in the Destro, and then over the course of like the next 2 months, I got like 10 more of them. And then I was like, man, some of these are not that expensive. And then I started finding like guys on eBay had like 10 figures for you wind up buying them like $8 a piece. I was like, give me that, give me this one, and
Yep.
and then just because the way our phones spy on us, I was on Twitter, literally the only social media I was doing at this time. I took a massive multi-year break basically from social media, with the exception of I had a Twitter page where all I did was I followed a bunch of sports news reporters because I have fantasy football leagues, right? So I just was trying to keep up on the news for that. And then because I was up whenever I was on Twitter, I must have talked about GI Joe or did something, because it started showing me pictures of dudes that like were I think one of the first big sites. It was crazy. So Pentor's Lair, who I now write for, was one of like the first ones I saw, and then and then all of a sudden I'm talking to a bunch of these guys who are now great friends, which is amazing. CG
Wait,
Horror in the house. What's up, my brother? Thank you for coming through.
So I did have a question for you, Destro. You
Sure.
made a comment about you were collecting books. Did you collect anything else except for books and figures?
I always had something where I like had like, so my great grandfather had the tools that he had when he was young. Like some of them he actually made, like some of his special wrenches he had forged. He used to work at GE, and if I remember correctly, I think he's credited as like one of 5 people who invented the microwave or something like that. And so he had in his basement, he had just this whole huge shop of tools, and he would always
Yeah.
kind of get. I always wound up with a few here and there, and then when he passed, everybody in the family was like, "We'll just take all of them." So I did have a thing for tools.
Okay.
One thing that I was always on the hunt for Stanley hand planes. It's a little knob in the front with a wood hand on the back. It's an old school way of shaping wood, taking little
Okay.
shavings off. And the very first ones made were by Stanley, and so those were highly coveted. And that's when I collected those. That's kind of how I wound up on Instagram making progress videos, because the first thing I did was I made a stand for all my planes, and then
Yeah.
people started following, and then the next thing you know, I had people reaching out about like, hey, your videos are great, if I give you a product, will you make a video for it, and like you could just keep the product. And I was like, hell yeah. Like even today I actually do a product review for DeWalt. That's the biggest one that I do it for. Like direct, they send me the stuff, I review it, put honest review, and they actually put it out on their site as Destro Designs, which is awesome. So if
That's
you're
awesome.
scrolling through, reading the review on something, and all of a sudden you see my name, that is actually me, which is hilarious. But no,
Gotcha.
that's what led to me taking a break from the internet
Okay.
altogether. Is I was trying to keep up with what everybody was doing at the time, right? On Instagram. So you have stories and a post, and like trying to do all of this over the course of a day and work. I was like, what the fuck? So I mercifully got in a position where I took this one job that I was doing. It was massive. We were gutting a two-story building. We had
Mm.
issues at every turn, and it got to the point where I was like, that I can't do with this camera. I can't move this thing around anymore. And I was like, it's too much. Every other, like, I'm not doing good at this because I'm so busy trying to do my job, and the job isn't getting 100% because I'm so I was half-assing both things, and I was like, this has got to
Yeah.
stop. And then that was it. I like disappeared. People, I remember the guys that I became friends with on Instagram doing that stuff. They were like, "Are you all right? You haven't, you were making all this stuff every day, and then all of a sudden you just disappeared." And I was like, "Yeah, dude, I think I hit a brick wall there."
Got you. The reason I was asking about if you collected anything else is because I had a conversation with Robo Don't Know
Mm.
about the collector bug, right? Before we got into collecting action figures, did you collect anything else? Did you have a family member who was like a collector of certain things? It didn't have to be toys, but it could be anything. But
Right.
we were almost like discussing like it's almost like a gene that's passed down
Yes.
from generation to generation, and which is true. Like my father was a collector of technology. He liked the latest tech things, and so
Nice.
he had like multiple iPads, laptops,
Nice.
computers, and all that stuff. We had the latest gadgets in our house growing up as a kid.
That's cool.
uh, but in it kind of like my brother's a collector as well. He collects movies like Blu-rays, DVDs, rare ones, hard to find ones, and all that stuff. And he has like a big alcohol collection as well now.
Oh,
But
nice.
he has a collector bug too. And
Huh.
it's just funny because like before I got into action figures, I was I think when my first collection was movies. Like I saw my brother collecting movies, and I started doing the same thing. So I had like 3,000 movies at one point, like a
Wow.
wall of movies essentially. It was
Nice.
crazy, and it kind of shifted to watches. I started collecting watches for some weird reason,
Okay.
uh,
Okay.
and
Watches are dope
then
though.
they are, but I don't wear them anymore because I don't know. I don't need to because I have a phone next to me at all times.
Right.
Um,
Right.
and then after that, it shifted to action figures. So, and the collector bug is there, and it's definitely, I think, generational, almost like it's a gene passed down for sure.
I couldn't agree with you more. It's the wiring in your brain, and the wiring
Yeah.
in your brain becomes what it is from your genetics and what you got. So I couldn't agree with you more. I would even go for me personally, a step further. I have a very addictive personality as well,
Oh, I
meaning
do too.
like anything that I like, I usually like it until it kills me or I can't stand it anymore. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Now this is different because it is attached to a core part of my childhood, right? Like I was obsessed about GI Joe then, and then seeing that Alley Viper just open that door again for me and say, come on in, you've been out in the cold for too long. Come on in your obsession
Yeah,
for G.I. Joe. But no, I can point
it's
to
started.
many
Yeah.
other things and say that for sure. That like so yeah, I had a CD collection, right? And I can tell the difference of how I wanted the CDs as opposed to like other things in my life, right? So it's
Mhm.
selective in how it kind of bites you at least to a way. But yeah, whenever it was anything like that, yeah. So the books, the books were the same in the sense that I wound up picking up in my teens, my late teens. When I was going to college, I worked a 3 to 11 at a hotel, and I wound up. It was so boring one night. I picked up a book out of the lost and found, and it was a Dean Koontz book, Seize the Night, and it's an amazing book. It remains to this day one of my favorite reads. And
Okay.
I just remember reading that and going, "Wow, this is reading is awesome." I forgot how much I loved reading, and so I wound up buying like all the Dean Koontz books. And then
Yeah.
once I found one other author that I liked, I had to buy all his books, right? And this is back before the internet, so like I'm going to multiple bookshops in the capital region, like I'm driving to these places for
Yeah.
it. So the collector bug had definitely gotten bit me right in that time there. So, yep, I would have to agree, my brother. And so, what did you collect figures as a kid though? Was there toy lines
I mean,
back then?
no, I wouldn't say toy. I mean, well, maybe one toy line. I mean, as a kid, like I grew up with immigrant parents. Like
Hmm,
toys wasn't like a big part of my life. I mean, I had toys, but it wasn't like abundance of toys, right?
for sure.
That's probably why I go crazy today, to be honest with you. But as a kid, like I had different ones, like some X-Men here, some Terminator. I remember as a kid, He-Man, Motu, and when I got into wrestling, it was just like all wrestling all the time, though.
Right,
After
right,
that,
right.
I didn't really care about anything else but wrestling.
Nice.
And like I think around that time it was like Jax Pacific did the Bone Crushers or whatever the Jax toy line, and they had that shitty articulation, but like for that time frame it was amazing because you had a toy that moved.
Right,
Uh,
right.
so it was awesome, and I got into that for a few years, couple of years, and then around 12, 13, I stopped playing with toys, and that was it. Like, and then I didn't look at toys anymore for
Yeah,
a very long time.
I was very similar. I had a very hard break there where somewhere I think I was like 11, somewhere between 11 and 12. I played Pop Warner, but because I was like a big kid at that age, I played with
Mm.
older kids. So it was like even though I maybe was like still kind of like eyeballing GI Joe a little bit, I was hanging out with kids that were absolutely not playing with toys anymore.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
it was something that kind of and it wasn't just that, right? It wasn't just complete peer pressure. It was more I played a bunch of sports. I was busy doing all this shit all the time. I didn't have time to sit there and look at figures. You know what I mean? I came home, I had
yeah.
schoolwork, I had practice, I had whatever. And then my social life became like a big thing. I remember at that time. So and also that's when GI Joe hit that period where I call it like the neon '90s, right?
Mm.
So it was all of a sudden the figures were, some of them even with bright, like look at it's hard for me to say. Alley Viper is one of my favorites, bright orange and blue, right? So it's hard for me to say, but no, they did figures dirty like Major Blood. When I don't remember which version it was, but he's got this blue, light blue and yellow, and he's got this doofus looking hat on, and I was like, yeah, I can't do it. I can't do it as much as it kills me to say. I can't believe it's that Wesley Snipes meme where he's crying, he's got the tear, and he's holding the gun in the camera. And that's what it was like. It was like, I'm so sorry, but I have to let you go. Like we're taking a
Yeah.
break here for sure. And
I mean,
then
honestly, it was just for me. It was just like I think it was just to a point where like the social circle, like none of them played with toys anymore, and I was just like, I gotta stop too at this point. I was playing sports too, a lot of basketball, a lot of tennis. I got into wrestling as well, so it was just
hmm,
like you got into social activities and started doing other things,
right,
and
right,
it
for
just
sure.
again, I was still a diehard wrestling fan, always had been. I think until I hit college, and then I kind of stopped, but even then, like I watched wrestling constantly, but I just didn't play with the toys, and like the toys weren't a thing.
I had the remember the big rubber wrestlers where they were basically positioned like this, but they
Yep.
were they were those. I definitely had a bunch of those. I definitely had the Hulk, the Iron Sheik. I think
Mhm.
everybody had the Iron Sheik, right? I feel like that was like the one unit. Hulk Hogan and the Iron Sheik. They had him completely. The Cheeky Baby, yeah, for sure. I
Yep.
definitely remember that. It was awesome. So something that just a couple of things that were happening this week. The 25th anniversary retro carded Duke, which this is one of those things, man. Everybody in the timeline, I'm sorry, not everybody. A lot of people in the timeline are like, meh, I don't really. It's just it's a repaint of the first retro Duke. And everybody was like, it just has no, where does it fit, right? It's just something maybe you keep it, on the card and you put it up because it looks cool, right? It's
That's
just
the
another
red,
one.
white, and blue, right? Isn't that the red, white, and blue?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
That's the red.
Okay. I mean, again, I'll be upfront. I'm not huge into GI Joes. I would say, at one point, and it was more for the look versus the lore. So,
for sure. Well,
yeah.
I'll be honest with you, because a lot of us are largely GI Joe. That's why I think it's interesting, to get into the stuff that you like, right? That's going to be I'm sure everybody is interested, because even though we may be GI Joe centric, we definitely can love and appreciate all the other great figures, because there's a lot of good shit out there. I see stuff all the time that I'm like, oh my god. I just spend so much on classified that it's like there's no way. In my head, I'm like, no, don't look. Just keep your head down. You can peek at it a little bit, but put your head down and keep moving. But yeah, so it's crazy. So everybody, most of the people that you see on the timeline are giving it the not that interested thing, and it sells out in Pulse. For Pulse Premium members, it was up for 2 minutes. 2 minutes gone.
I heard about that. I did hear it sold out, and everyone. I remember at least the chat group I'm part of. They're like, "Who the hell wants this figure?" And I was like, "It's sold out."
Well, I mean, I certainly don't know what happened. Who knows how many they made, all of those things. But what I do know is that there's a really good chance that people just bought a bunch because Walmart sucks. People get screwed out of their orders all the time. So this is very reminiscent of last year, Crystal Ball. The renders come out. Here's the pre-order date. Most people are like, I'm going to pass, myself included. This is, I was sort of new and I was buying up all these other figures. Like, if you got to remember, I've maybe at this time when Crystal Ball pre-orders came up, I maybe had 20 different characters, right? I don't know how many actual figures I had. I was troop building even back then, but say I had 20 characters. There's a bunch of figures that I wanted to get ahead of this Crystal Ball. So I was like, you know what? I think I'm going to pass. And almost immediately, once people started showing pictures of it out of the package, I was like, fuck, I knew it. It's nice. Now I want it. And then luckily it popped after some people started getting shipped. If I remember correctly, I think it popped back up on Walmart or Pulse, one or the other. That's how I wound up getting.
I want to say Walmart because I remember I got a Crystal Ball, but I gave it away on the channel. So.
Oh, nice. Okay. So yeah, I'll go with that. You're probably right. It's probably Walmart. And so I did wind up with one, and then then all of a sudden it's now the thing. Now the demand is so through the roof that people are like paying $75, $100 on eBay, because there's always that window where people get that FOMO to such a degree that they're bursting at the seams with it, and then they pay $100 for a figure because they, I mean, in defense of those people, how do you know it's not going to go up? right? I guess you don't know. And if you need it that bad and you just want to get ahead, but anyway, all of a sudden it became abundant, and to the degree that it was probably the most asked for figure when I was trading. So whenever I'd reach out to somebody about, hey, I see you got that there. Are you interested in doing any trades? And almost always the first figure that they would say is, you got that Crystal Ball? What's up with that Crystal Ball? And Crystal Ball, Massive Icebreaker, and I'm not going to remember. Oh, Dial Tone. Because there was, again, because of distribution, they were switching. I think they were switching factories. I think that Hasbro was moving, and so there was just the distribution. Everything was a mess, and he just wasn't really around. He sold out super quick, wasn't available to get anywhere, and he popped up on Pulse as it happens. And my brother, Country Gentleman, sent me a DM and was like, "Low stock, go over and get it," and I did. But then he's became so abundantly available that you can go over and get him off Amazon for like $21. So, who who knows how all of that works. But
Well, it did hit in weird, because I remember seeing pictures at Walmart with like a bunch of crystal ball figures, and then some people were like, "Oh, my Walmart doesn't look like that." And again, I mean, my Walmart hasn't seen a GI Joe figure in, I would, at least I haven't seen a GI Joe figure at my Walmart in like 2 years. So
right.
it's a really weird distribution, honestly.
When I go at any Target, almost all the Walmarts I go to, they'll be like Retro Cobra Commander, Retro Stalker, and then all the other pegs would just be empty. There would be nothing. I did get that big display. So, fun fact, the Walmart that's closest to me, it's about 5 minutes away, is legitimately the largest Walmart in the world. It is, imagine the biggest Walmart that you've ever seen. It's twice that size. And then there's a whole other floor that same size underneath it. It's enormous. But the problem is when you're there to buy a bunch of different things, bro, you are getting your steps in. It is fucking, you walk, I usually have to bring like a protein bar just to get through and fucking the coffee. It's crazy. But anyways, it's, they did get that big treatment, right? Where they had that display, which was up, and I got Ghost Vipers there. And here's the kick on that. I kept seeing everybody at their Walmarts is getting $37 stingers, all these different figures for like $15. And every time there was a stretch of like 8 days in a row that I stopped at this Walmart because I knew they were going to go on sale. Like any minute this is going to happen. One of the ladies even said, I don't know when it's happening, but it's supposed to be happening like within the next week. So like I kept going there every day, and every day everything was full price. The one day I didn't go, brother, the one day it got dropped and almost everything was gone. So I wound up getting the Falcon, the Night Force, the Falcon Coral 2-pack. It was down to, I think, $30. So I bought 2 of those, and then that Spirit Low Light Mad Marauders 2-pack, which is mind-blowingly awesome. They had that for 30. I got it as well. And then that was it. I picked up some Skeletor, some Masterverse, they were $10 a piece. I'm going to give one to my godson and one to my whatchamacallit. Whole bunch of people jumping in the chat here. 610 Yodo Jaddy, what's up, my brother? Good to see you. Happy Plague Doctor, my brother Ron in the house. I'm glad you could make it, my dude. Paul Morales is here at that toy chamber. Our brother Lou is here. Lou from Figure Fight Club as well. Glad you can make it over, my dude. Figure Fan Samurai is here. I think that catches me up. Good to see you all. Thank you for coming. Oh, Matt from Mos Mind is here. Thank you. I'm glad everybody can make it.
610.
So my whole thing with the 250th anniversary Duke is that it feels a lot like the crystal ball situation last year, where nobody really wanted him, but it sold the fuck out in 2 seconds, and then all of a sudden there's people are buying it for $100 on eBay. And I feel like
FOMO. It's going to really create FOMO. But does anyone know what the limit was, like, or not limit, but how many they were selling at the house?
I mean, obviously too much, I think, right? However, because this is what I think. I think people, could smell the crystal ball situation, and they went in and bought a few. Now, I tried not to contribute to the problem. I bought 2, right? And I said, all right, at least one member of the community is going to miss out on this, right? So if I have one, I could give one to somebody, and I figured that would be it. But believe me, I wanted to buy 5. You know what I mean?
A lot of toy companies do this strategy where they put up an item for a pre-order, or like, hey, this is going to come out, and then it's like a low number and it sells out. And and people, once it sells out very quickly, people are like, oh, I want it. And then it'll magically show back up like a few weeks later, and then it'll sell out again. And then it's a much bigger number, obviously. And it's a way of creating FOMO. So Mezco Toys, they're really good at doing that. They do that all the time.
Nice. I mean, it sounds right to me, right? It sounds like a good strategy, and I can't say that I blame them with that. So I don't know. I just I had almost immediately when I just so happened to be working where that day I was able to jump right on, get the pre-orders in, and then go online and be like, oh, hey, everybody, you might want to hurry. And by the time I got done checking out at Walmart, and went over to the timeline, there was already people saying it's fucking sold out. I was like, yeah, what? Holy hell. So people are going to make money. This is what I'll tell everybody: be patient. Please don't go jump and pay
It'll come
$100 for
out.
this figure. That FOMO, don't let it get you. And believe me, it's done got me before. You know what I mean? Like Ninja Force Zartan. I didn't even want the figure. Like when I first saw the renders, I was like, I can't. That's not Zartan to me. I have to start buying the figures that I'm really enjoy. Right? I can't buy a figure just because it's in the line. Right? I feel like I buy enough. You know, if I'm going to buy 10 of every figure I do like, then I absolutely have to not buy, you know, the ones that I'm not totally in love with. But the yeah, anyway, so 250th Duke. I hope everybody got one. I had one. It was spoken for almost immediately, and basically I have like a 5-person list that chronologically reached out, and I'll say, okay, if the first person doesn't come through when it's time, then I will go to the next person on the list. And if that person doesn't somehow come through, I'll move down the list. It's the best I can do. So I try to. Oh, hey, Plastic Fantastic in the house. Thank you so very much. Everybody might know Plastic Fantastic from. He has that picture that circulated around the internet. He 3D printed a 1/12 scale terror drone, and it looks amazing. Right now, usually when you see projects that get that big, they're not that detailed, right? They're big and it looks like what it looked like, but it doesn't have those fine details. I mean, I'll tell you right now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, Plastic Fantastic on Instagram, and I believe he's over on Facebook. But yeah, find that gentleman and check out this shit he's made. I think he said he's made every vehicle from like I don't want to mess up the dates, but he's made like everything basically. But yeah, great follow. Thanks for coming by, brother. I appreciate it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, for sure. Now the other side of that pre-order coin there was the Dire Creeper, which somehow I have an interest in because again, Crystal Ball didn't really want him, wound up getting him, and was like, okay, this is a cool figure. I'm glad I got it. But then they dropped the Ghost Vipers, and now those Ghost Vipers are actually pretty fucking awesome, right?
That's the one that came with like the wolf,
the green wolf.
Yeah.
Multiple heads.
Yeah, I picked that up at the Walmart, whatever Walmart at New York Comic Con.
Oh,
Walmart
nice.
had a big booth, and I was able to get one of those at Walmart.
Was that the Walmart? I remember seeing somebody had a picture of a Walmart just outside of New York City after the Comic Con, and it was literally there was 50 of them on a shelf.
No. It was inside of New York Comic Con, like the actual convention. Walmart had their own giant booth at New York Comic Con. So that's where I was able to pick up that exclusive one.
Oh, nice. That's what's up. Yeah. That's awesome. Well, so the big green heads, I love the concept that they're using this toxic gas and it makes you hallucinate. I love that that's the deal, but I don't give a fuck about them green heads. I'm never going to put those on the figures, right? The green wolf is cool, and I did do a great shot where I had Crystal Ball, the 2 Ghost Vipers, and there was a wolf out. You know, there's the snake too, and okay, that's fine. But the one, the head that the figure has, that's just like that smooth face, and it's got the little gold trim that comes down like this with that retro Viper body, those muted greens and browns, just gorgeous, just looks amazing. I put some the bullpup weapons like a FAMAS in their hands. It looked amazing. They're just a fantastic figure. So then what had happened is at my Walmart, a bunch of those Ghost Vipers showed up, and they were in demand. They weren't like some people had a bunch of them at the Walmart. Some people couldn't find them. For a minute, they were sold out wherever, you know, and everybody was like, I need a few of these. So I bought 6 of them at regular price from my Walmart, right? And to give them to send to people for sure.
Yeah.
And so all of a sudden, you know, I got rid of 4 of them instantly, right? One guy took 2, another person took 2, and then I had 2 left, and I was like, I think I want to keep these. And I think I'd rather have 4 than 2. And then in last minute, there was somebody that had none. It was a good friend, and I was like, you know what? I have me having 4 and you having none, and you liking the figure more than I like the figure doesn't seem right. So please take these 2. I was like, I'm sure I'll be able to find them again, and then I never did.
They're
so
pretty quick after that. Yeah.
Right. As well, I'd rather have somebody, in that it worked out. But
Mhm.
so then they announced the actually like 2 weeks ago, or about a month ago, I was setting up a crystal ball and I put the two ghost vipers next to them. I was like, man, I really should have kept those other two. I was like, I wonder what's going. But again, I'm happy that my friend has them. But I'm like, I wonder if I can find a place. So I started looking around, and they're
Mhm.
$100 on eBay. I
Yeah.
know somebody, my brother Conrad had a few that he was looking to do trades with, and I don't expect he can get, don't give them to me for $50 when you can go trade for a bunch of shit. Please, no, get
Yeah.
your money on that. And but then they announced the Dire Creeper, and I was like, fuck, because now I want a bolstered army for Crystal Ball, right?
Mhm.
I'm getting a second figure, so I'm like, okay, and I swear to God, it was the day that I looked on eBay. Boom! That now they're even more expensive. People want 120 plus shipping,
Yeah.
and I was like, I'm never gonna pay that. I guess that just is what it is. And my brother Pop Cult Frenzy, I think he sent me a D. I don't remember if he sent me a DM or I just saw his post, but somebody had a bunch of them on eBay and was selling them for $54 shipped. $54 shipped.
That's
So
a great
I,
choice.
I don't know how many got sold, but I bought the last two, and so now
Mhm.
I have the four that I want. With the way everything was selling out and the way Walmart likes to cancel orders, I actually made two separate orders for the Dire Creepers. Right, I bought the
Okay.
Duke. I got two Dukes, and then I ordered four Dire Creepers, and then a separate order with two Dire Creepers. I tried to add more Dukes to the second order, but they were already sold out. Like I still can't
Right.
believe that it went that way. It was so wild. But it was the whole thing was like a you know again, it just reminded me so much of what happened last year. Something else that
Mhm.
happened this week that's very reminiscent of that is well, actually, so one thing that I heard is I've never heard such an uproar about people and their Pulse premiums. They're like, why am I paying this $50 for the Pulse premium when it sells out and I
Sells
can't?
out.
There's like I'm there as soon as it goes up, and I can't order it because it disappears. Like, what is the point? I mean, personally, I think even if you get like three separate orders, you're almost getting your money back in shipping, right?
I mean,
So it's
they have the same issue. What was it? The STCC, the 3 pack with like Rogue, Shauna, and the dinosaur one.
oh
No,
yeah.
Zoran. That STCC 3 pack. I remember. I picked it up at STCC. I had picked up two, so I came home with two from STCC. But then, out of curiosity, I got that message. The Pulse people get it first, and then hey, it's available for ordering. I
Right.
went in there. I'm not a Pulse member. I went in there and I ordered another two, and it went right through. Like I
Right.
was like,
Right.
"Oh shit! I guess I got mine." Like,
Right.
and then
Well,
I'm hearing in the chats like the people are complaining that hey, I'm a Pulse member and it was sold out and I couldn't buy it. And then I was like, well, shit, I'm not a Pulse member, and I was able to get it just fine, no issues. I logged right in and ordered two.
guys, I think I know what happened. They were just letting everybody in. The door was wide open. There was no velvet rope. Everybody just came in at the same time. Which I know lots of people. They do the same thing. They show up and they start refreshing the page 5 minutes early. Because if I
Yep.
remember hearing right, I think the Duke on Walmart went up like 5 minutes. It wasn't at 10 o'clock. It was 9:55. It went up there. Yeah, but even still, it's selling out in 11 minutes. Like
Yeah,
that just seems insane, right? Who knows?
it
We'll,
is.
we'll, we'll see what happens. But so something else that's very similar. So now I have nothing but good things to say about BBTS from my personal experience.
Mhm.
I asked them to send me something that I needed to get a shoot done. They like overnighted it to me, and I don't even think they charged me the extra money. They charged me the 25 whatever their highest one, like the 2 day thing that they have. But I
Okay.
called and was like, I'll pay you whatever. Can you get this overnighted? And they did. And again, and then there was another time I had a broken primary weapon on a Monster
Mhm.
Force guy. I sent the email at Sunday night, and then by noon of Monday the next day, I had a complete refund. Was in my BBTS account. So, again, nothing bad to
BBQ
say,
is
but
like good customer service for sure.
right,
Yeah.
absolutely. But so what happened the other day was something else that's been was is like sort of sought after, and there wasn't like they didn't make enough of them. Was the trench viper with the fort modification? The blue little embattlement and This is the this is the Trench Viper, which is one of my
Oh, okay.
favorite classifieds, and it comes with the blue box. It's just a small. Here we go. It's that one there. So
Oh,
it,
that's
it
cool.
comes with a bunch of shit. Sandbags. There's like a 50 that stands up and comes out of the back. I mean, personally, it got a lot of hate. People call it a porta potty, which is hysterical. I mean,
was
me
about to,
personally,
I was gonna say that's the porta party, right?
yeah, that's it. That's the porta potty. I My personal assessment once I finally got one was, oh, I don't know why people are complaining. This seems, I mean, sure, it's definitely not like it's not that super exciting in design, but it came with plenty of stuff. And again, that figure is amazing. Anyways,
It came with sandbags too, right? Sandbags.
yeah, big
Yeah.
thing of sandbags. It's all one molded piece, but it's still freaking awesome.
Mhm.
I actually love the thing for sure. And a little radar dish, a searchlight. There's this thing where you can stand the searchlight up or stand the
Mhm.
50 on the. It's fantastic. But I mean, yes, is it a boring little box? Yeah, I mean, but it comes with the fig anyway.
Yeah.
People have been looking, and now as it does there up over $100 on eBay. And I'm like, I don't want it that bad. I can't pay that. Personally, I think I have three, and I think that's as many as I want. But anyway,
Yeah.
they popped up, a bunch of them popped up on BBTS the other day. Now, I'm pretty sure when they originally came out, it was $54.99, and BBTS put them up for $89.99. And now,
BBTS also plays that scalper game. To be honest with you,
I mean,
they do that for like warehouse finds and older figures. If they find a big stock, I mean, but again, they're not the only ones who do it. A lot of
no,
companies do that.
no, for sure,
There's
for
a
sure.
lot of companies who do that. So
And I'm not trying to hate, right? I don't want to begrudge somebody making $1. Won't do that, right? Everybody makes it how they make it. I don't. It just seemed like a nice, really big leap, right? Oh, 74.99. I'd be like, okay, I get that, but or anything in between. Like I'd be like, okay, it is selling for over 100. I don't know. Anyways,
I mean,
there was this.
it's an older thing. I mean, again, like Valaverse, for example, he
Mhm.
had I think it was at ZoloCon. He had brought some of the archived figures.
Oh,
Uh,
nice.
and he had put out some of the older figures, but they weren't retail prices. That when he was selling them, they were $80 to $100,
Okay.
and it's still sold out. People bought it, but again, because that value it's changed, right? Market value has changed on that figure.
100%.
And I understand why he didn't want to put it out for this retail, like 20, 30, 40, whatever it was at retail. But it makes sense why he put it out, because again, in the market, it's going for a lot more.
Agreed. Agreed. 100%. 100%. But there was this moment where I think it when we talk about the collector bug, I think it was it. So my brother Jeremy Kimberlin, he hosts a Facebook group, the Pit, a GI Joe group.
Uh-huh.
There's not a lot of really good Facebook groups, right? There's a lot that have a lot of bickering and fight. And I can't deal with any of that. But Jeremy's got a good group. Anyways, he sent me a message and was like, "Yo, I think there's only like 4 left. If you want to." So I shot over there. I looked and it said, "Yep, four left. Whatever, however they were." I add 2 to my cart because I know again somebody's going to want these, even if I don't keep either of them. I just wanted to get them because I, off the top of my head, could think of 3 people who would buy both, right? And
Yeah, yeah.
so I go over, and I didn't want to take all 4, so I added 2. They went into my cart, and as my finger was coming down like this to buy them, the screen changed and it said, "This item is out of stock." Fuck, dude, the highs and lows of that moment were so insane that I literally I was like, "Ugh, ugh." I had to like lay down and take a freaking nap, dude. I swear to God, it's crazy.
No,
Sure.
it is. If you're going after a figure, man, and you look, I get like that when I order mezcos, because
Okay.
like you literally have literally it's between 1 to 2 minutes, otherwise it's
Oh
sold out.
wow.
Yeah,
Jeez.
you have to be ready. Like if they're saying, "Hey, we're doing a 1 o'clock drop," like you need to be signed in by like 12:50 and like refreshing.
Wow, that's
And because
crazy.
sometimes they'll go up early by accident, sometimes they'll go up like a minute late. And but again, it's 1 to 2 minutes, and then it's sold out. Again, Mezco likes to play games though, right? They like to do that low stock at the beginning,
Sure.
at the first drop, and they'll only put like 100 out or something, or 150 out, and then they'll release more like a few weeks later. But that FOMO has already started because
Right.
the people
Right.
who order it first time around, they get it first.
Right.
So,
Right. I guess I can't hate on that really, and I definitely don't think that it's I if I was Bobby, I would charge more too. It seems like the
I mean,
right thing to do.
I don't blame him for it. I mean, again, if the figure's selling on eBay for
I,
120 bucks, selling it for
right.
80, I mean,
That's
that's fine.
exactly what I'm talking about for sure. That's why
Yeah.
I tried not to hate too much. On BBTS, just trying to get that money. But it's like it's I think it just struck a chord because it's like everywhere you look, the everyday person is being bent over. And so when you just start to see it other places, justified or not, it just starts, it's like, oh God, everybody's just trying to,
Hey, listen, I give
personally,
kudos to 5K Toys. I don't know if you know that website, but 5K does a lot of import and
okay,
like third party figures.
okay,
There was a figure they had a warehouse find figure that dropped. It was called Tech 63. It's like soft goods. It has like a motorcycle and like a Gundam style head. It's a fun figure. I have it.
okay.
I have one. It's today that whole set is like $300. It was $100 on 5K.
Wow.
They put it on even though the aftermarket value is already at like 100, like $250 to $300. They put it up for $100, saying, "Hey, we have this. We found it in the warehouse." That's how much it was retail. It was an older figure. As soon as I saw it, I jumped all over it. I was like, "I'm buying it."
Right,
Like,
right,
fine.
right,
And I still have it. It's in my closet right now.
right. Um, yeah, that's like the vamp for
Mhm.
classified. Dude, that thing is selling for now well over $300.
I gave one of those away too.
Oh no shit. Well, I mean, dude. It's almost like I can't imagine. I don't know how they haven't. How the hell have they not made that again? Like the
They
demand is so
will.
insane.
They
They
will.
would
They will.
they would sell so many. Shit, I have
But
one. I would buy another one if they
it's
dropped
gonna
it.
likely go up in value in price too, though. It's not going to be the same price. It's going to be like $30 to $40 higher.
But that would still be half price from what,
Oh
or
yeah.
you know, oh yeah, I tell you, talk about FOMO, Nerdzotic, out of nowhere in the almost the height of this frenzy where it had just started selling on eBay, like actually selling for like 275, $300, right?
Mhm.
Nerdzotic, I don't know what happened. He all of a sudden popped up and was selling, you got a vamp and a stinger for 200 fucking dollars. I was like, wait, what is this? And in that moment, I was like, I had already bought a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
I'm in the middle of remodeling my house. I remember going, no, I can't do no. It's just one of those moments. And I was like, fuck. But now I'm kicking myself because I could have, not that I would want to sell the vamp, but I could have easily sold the stinger for like $40. And then now we're talking, I
Well,
paid 160 for a
not
vamp.
today though, because singers are hitting Ross right now for thirty
That's
dollars.
true. That's true. At the
I
time,
picked up.
though, it was,
Yeah,
you
I
know,
picked up two singers just last week, and again, it was a surprise. I didn't like. I just looked up and there was two singers. I bought them both.
right. Boom.
Yeah.
There it is. Call sign smash in the house. Welcome in, brother. He says, well, in that case, no better look it up, please. Well, I don't know why I didn't buy it at the time. I do. It's,
Mhm.
money was sort of an issue. And it was one of those times where I already bought a bunch of shit and I go, you're like, oh, I have to draw a line somewhere. And right now, this is where I'm drawing a line. It just so happened to be at a time when it
Again,
wasn't.
you made the smarter choice by not buying it.
For sure,
Honestly
for sure.
speaking,
Well,
because
because
again,
I wasn't going to sell the vamp. If I
you,
had intentions on
yeah,
buying it and selling it for profit,
yeah.
then that would be fine. But that was the thing,
But again, you made the smart choice in the sense of you took care of home first.
for sure, hundred
Every
percent,
collector needs to take care of home first before they go into a hobby.
right?
And
Because it's not fun otherwise, right?
it's not fun because you're jeopardizing your life on other things, like on toys, right? At that point, take care of
Right,
your bill. Take care of that way your wife or your significant other, your kids are
yes,
all taken care of before
right.
you are in your toy hobby.
I
That's
uh,
how I look at it.
I encourage people to say it out loud. I
Yes.
can buy the toy or I can buy the whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like that's just say it out loud. And it almost always will, you'll be like, oh, okay. I was confused for a minute there, but now it's clear since I've said it out loud.
Yeah.
Commander Unicron says everything is based on data and algorithms. The minute searches increase on a product, prices surge. Listen, and welcome in, Commander Unicron. Thank you for coming through, my brother. I appreciate it. I can't imagine what kind of data that they are using and implementing now to make real pricing. I mean, because you go to Walmart, they have those electronic tags now. So they can just easily have a supercomputer monitoring things like this amongst who the hell knows what else, you know?
Oh, there's someone out there. Companies are tracking searches and all that stuff. That's why Google, it's literally tracking, and it sells all that data to all these companies.
I remember having a conversation with somebody maybe 10 years ago, and he was like, the hottest commodity in the world right now is your data. And I remember thinking, what I scroll for on the phone? And he's like, yes. And I was
Well,
like,
here's the thing. So what you type into eBay, it randomly starts showing up on freaking Facebook. Why is that?
crazy.
Because your phone is now capturing all the data and it's putting it in front of you. So when you're on Facebook and you're going through all these things, and then you see, I looked at this randomly on eBay, or I went to this website, it's showing you commercials now. Hey, buy me.
100%. 100%. Yeah.
That's very normal these days, and it's all data oriented. It's going to get worse too with AI, because AI it's already transforming to do that for you.
Well, because I mean, I think because AI will be able to better sift and organize and then process your data, right? Like if you just have a bunch of people like us looking at this data, you're then subjected to me interpreting your data through my lens, right? Meaning like there's no way to not put my own personal experience on something that I'm trying to interpret, right? So yeah, I think that's going to be another one of those things. Yeah, I don't ultimately, I don't mind people on the timeline making goofy pictures or not goofy, but some people are like my brother Roblox is making the most amazing things with AI. My brother Roblox dropped a minute and 50-second AI video today that it's so impressive. So shout out to Roblox for that. See, like that doesn't bother me. That's what stupid, like uses like that is what AI is for, not to be, try to find ways to get money out of our pockets better, But that's just like anything. That's how it'll always kind of wind up happening.
That's very true.
But yeah, man, I'll tell you the highs and lows of that of that day with that port mod just reminded me that not only it's more than just my obsession with GI Joe. Just as you say, that collector bug, that fucker is real, man, for sure.
It really is. It's definitely in our genes, man.
Nice, excellent. And before we start getting into like the deep dive, just wanted to shout out Mark. Destro is my spirit animal. He just dropped before I came on. I saw new rankings videos for 1991, the figures, and he had a separate one for the vehicles on Monday. Yeah, Roblox, you're very welcome, my dude. On Monday, I believe we are going to be over there talking about the vehicles for 1985. So what we've been doing on the lives for Mondays is just kind of briefly chatting about the year, what we remember from the year, what it was like being a kid that year, and then we bust into where we just kind of go through every figure and just say a couple words about the figures. It's actually really fun. I enjoy the shit out of it. But when we did 1984, we did figures and vehicles in the same show, and it took us like almost 4 hours. And we were like, okay. And 85 had more figures and more vehicles. So he had the brilliant idea to separate the two. And so I think that's what's coming on Monday. And shout out to Mark for always having me on. Really appreciate it. He's a great guy. And you got to watch his other content. The stuff he produces, like to me, I always look at it as, I always use that Predator video as an example. Like I love all of them. But what they do is like the Predator video was 30 minutes, right? I felt wildly entertained, but then I also like had 11 facts that I didn't know about the Predator until I didn't know they have a name. They're called Yautja. I didn't know that. Like, I remember when he said it, I was like, get the fuck, it's not they have a name? Like, holy shit. So, and the same thing, the first video I watched of his was the mythology of G.I. Joe. It is a flawless 30-minute explanation about, and it's succinct. It's not, he gives you just enough to get the point without getting lost in the weeds, like how I tend to explain things. So absolutely fantastic. I super stoked that he has me on all the time, and shout out to him. Tuesdays and Fridays, just a reminder to everybody that's when my articles for Serpentor's Lair drop. I can feel the rust falling off more and more with every article that I do over there. When I was in my early 20s, I used to write all the time. Like, I would come home at night and relax by like writing something. It was what I really enjoyed doing. But, you know, I got to a point, my business was busy, and then I wound up having kids, and it was just like, I went a very long time without sitting down and really like doing it. Doing it. And it's awesome. I absolutely love it. And like, so, and I get to kind of do deep dives on things that, you know, I normally wouldn't sit down and just like discuss in a podcast like that. Right. I can kind of just get to it. Yesterday's article was why Cobra Law still angers me 40 years later. Right. So the G.I. Joe movie introduces Cobra Law, which was a never before seen aspect of G.I. Joe that basically like takes over the movie when it comes in. And I just remember as a kid being like, what the fuck? What is this? Like, this is crazy. I can't fucking believe this. So that was my latest article. Make sure if you're on Twitter, make sure you're following Serpentor's Lair. He also has a Facebook page and is on Insta. I think on Instagram it's Serpentor's Lair something. It's got a different name, but they're all fantastic. Make sure you are following. Watch out for my articles, 100%. You can also make sure you find me Tuesdays. Every time that I can, I come through Figure Fight Club on those open mic nights. I absolutely love those. I get to see toys and stuff that I'm not that familiar with, and get to see people kind of talk about what they think about it. And so that is super awesome. And of course, I get to share my stuff. And everybody over there is great. What I also like about it is when I'm not doing my thing, I open figures. So I have a whole backlog of stuff that's got to be open. So I just hit the mute button while I'm getting it out of that loud plastic. And then once it's out of the loud plastic, I unmute it and just kind of put, I bag stuff up. Like the other night, I opened all these Alley Vipers.
Damn, okay.
And I opened, not Falcon, Raptor. Well, Hit and Run was already open, actually. Storm Shadow, I finally opened him. And Shipwreck, my brother Big Red's favorite, the salty sea dog. So, and I think I opened this. I know I showed it off in the box, but then I think I opened it after it was my turn. Is the newer Monster Force that I got, bro. I'm falling in love with these Monster Force figures.
I like Monster Force. At least the soldiers, like the Delta Reds and the the other ones. Yeah.
Yes.
I do like those, but the price point does hurt a little bit.
It does. But when I open it, it's like a good meal. That's expensive.
Yeah.
At the end, you're like, oh, it's still expensive, but you know, Chris from Sys3darsenal in the house. What's up, my brother? Thank you for joining us. Greatly appreciate it, my dude. But yeah, I feel like I got my money's worth when I opened it. And again, I couldn't have made out any better. Like the first one that I got, I was like, oh man, because I had to choose between the two. I was like, I'm not going to order two of these right now. I'm just going to get one and see what it looks like, make sure I like it. And so I chose that one. My brother Matt from Mos Mind, he's the guy that had them. He's got a bunch of them, and he put G.I. Joe heads on them, and it looks fucking awesome. He's got a Snake Eyes Commando head on one. I think it's a Delta Red. It looks fantastic. Anyway, I was sold. So I got the one. The rifle broke, and I was like, oh, they gave me the refund. I was like, oh, now I don't have to choose because I can get the other one that I wanted to. Yeah. So I got both of those. And then yesterday or today, I think my brother, Mark E. Potter, who's an amazing photographer, has done, it's the Phantom Core. I don't know which. I think it's supposed to be Von Helsing. He's the one that's got the traditional fatigues.
And then it has like the The scar on the face.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's the one.
The Van
Yeah,
Helsing. Yeah.
I was looking at the pictures he took of it, and I was like, I'm gonna have to get this one too. I think because I was gonna say, okay, I got these two. I think that's good. Man, the one that I also can't help but look at is the one where it's the brains in the glass
Yeah.
for the head. So what people are Mark Potter, he bought that one and then put Dr. Mindbender's head on that body. Oh,
Mhm.
it's like
Okay.
the best version of Mindbender I've ever seen. Because as you know, Dr. Mindbender looks like, a complete crazy person with the no shirt. He's got the cod piece that's like attached to the things that go to his shoulders. He looks like an
Yeah.
absolute Looney Tune. Um, but when you put that head on his body, it's a completely different look. It looks fantastic. Shout out to Mark. Not only is he an amazing photographer, pillar of our community, and a really, really super awesome guy. I talk to him all the time. He lives over in the UK. I wish he lived closer because I would have him to the house to hang out. He's a really, really cool guy.
Awesome.
Nice. So yeah, I got that Delta Force, and so now I'm stuck. I'm probably going to wind up having to get that one in the traditional camo. I think it's the Van Helsing one for sure. I think that's what it is.
I think so too. Yeah.
Yep. So that's what I showed off on SFC on Tuesday. So remember to catch me over there. And just real quick, we'll run through what FFC does. So Monday nights, you guys are on at 11 with the Decepticast.
No, it's at 10:15
Oh,
p.m.
sorry.
Decepticons. Yeah.
10,
Yeah,
15.
and that's run by Talib 1980 Collects. He's one of my co-hosts, and then we have Anna as well who joins them, and
Right.
it's all Transformers all the time during that time.
That's what's
So
up.
that's
So
our
our
Transformer show.
Yeah, so our Transformer brethren, I know there's a few guys there that definitely have some Transformers. You should definitely check that out. Talib is great. And then just like we mentioned on Tuesday, that is the open mic night that starts at 8. Um, and it's fantastic. I've been encouraging some of my brethren to come and show off their stuff, right? The link is in the comments. You just hit that, and now they can only have 10 people at a time. I think that
10 people on screen, 5 can wait backstage.
Perfect.
So that's how it works. So generally, when I start seeing people waiting, we'll start recycling people through. I mean, I've taken myself off screen a few times as well, so I don't mind taking myself out. But we'll recycle people through.
Yeah, that's what's up. And truly, I can't stress to everybody enough the awesome sense of community that Abhi's got going on over there. It was contagious in the sense that, largely I know the internet sucks ass, right? And so I felt like I had found gold when I met all this awesome group of people who is basically everybody in the chat right now, right? I'm meeting all these people was fantastic, and I didn't think I was going to find other people that were also just as awesome because again the internet largely sucks, but no,
I mean,
what you guys
there's many of us out there who don't want drama, who don't want all the bullshit. They just want to have fun, talk about toys, and just nerd out. That's
Right.
that's the point of this, right? This is my hobby. I don't want to be brought down over bullshit. This is just for fun. This is where I go to escape from real world problems. So like
Yes.
don't bring problems here. Like this is a no problem zone, and that's what I always push. And we have to push that because again, like we all like to nerd out together. I mean, the whole purpose of open mic night, honestly, is like when you go to a convention, you hang out with a bunch of people and you nerd out about toys.
Right.
That's literally what you do, and that's so much fun. And I was like, we could have a convention every week. Like
Every week.
every week. Why the hell not? Let's just show up and talk about what you bought and talk about if it's not just what you bought, if you didn't pick up anything, show off a figure that you like, show off a figure that you've been playing with, all that stuff. It's all about, again, it's all about having fun, enjoying each other's, companionship, and then also nerding out with each other. And then, like, again, I'll bring a toy up that someone may have never heard of, and they want to know more about it. Or again, we do enable each other a lot on these shows, this type of show, because people get enabled, like, oh shit, I want that, and
right.
It does. There's pros and cons for that every situation. It does get a little chaotic here and there, but I feel like it's our community show. Like it's the show that we built around the community, and I love it. It's such a good show for that reason.
Agreed. I couldn't agree more, honestly. And every chance I get, whenever I'm coming on, I always say a little something on all the platforms, just for everybody to even come over and watch if you don't want. But it's the way that I look at it is, if I could just get people to start watching, I think they'll be like, oh, I do want to go on this, right? Like, these
Mhm.
dudes are awesome. Everybody's, it's and one of the things I think is important is people to, a lot of times, especially when it's people that you may know a little bit, nobody wants to hear criticism about your toy, right? Like
Mhm.
save it. Like, I don't want to hear that you don't want this, or that you think it sucks, or, well, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. There's a way, I think Mark from Destroy is My Spirit Animal does this perfectly, where he can be criticizing something, but he's not shitting on it, right? He can
Yeah.
say, I dislike it for this reason, and then that's it. It's not, this fucking blows, and you should think it blows too. And if you don't think it blows, you're an idiot, right? There's a
Yeah, I
lot of that
mean,
out there,
there's never personal attacks on Figure Fight Club.
right?
That's actually one of the biggest rules. I mean, there's rules for open mic night. It's in the intro. There are
Nice,
rules,
yeah,
and again, people. I've never had to kick anyone, honestly, because I think people respect the rules. But it's also the respect. You shouldn't be coming to my house and disrespecting it, right? Like, it's just automatic rules in that situation.
yeah, 100%,
And
100%.
people have been very respectful to that. So I've never had to kick anyone. We all get along generally. There's been bullshit complaints here and there. Like when I was on vacation, I had one of my co-hosts run open mic night, and I was receiving messages while I was in India. It's like he said this, and I was like, I watched the whole show, and I was like, I'm not sure where they attacked
Right,
you. like where
right,
was
right.
it?
And there's, when you put that many people together, it's
People will
inevitable there's going to
understand
be
it. Yeah.
something,
There's
right?
just, and again, it's again a lot of people do get sensitive about certain things, and I understand that as well. Because
For sure.
today's society is a little different. Um, but again, like I think who we have coming on today has been amazing. It's always been fun. There's never been. I mean, we've been going longer every like most of the
Yeah,
time now. Like, when we first started Open Mic Night, it was like a 2 hour show.
right.
Now we've been hitting 3 hours, which I was like,
Oh,
okay.
easy. 3 hours, easy. 100%. 100%. Well, I'd like to think that, because who was it? I think Headcanon was like, I decided I'm going to start recording how long he talks for. And he was like, this week's the first week. It was like 24 minutes. He talked about what he got for 24 minutes. And I know he does that with love. Everybody there is fantastic. I love it. And
It's
I've
all,
got,
it's all fun. I mean, again, like everyone knows you're a talker at this point because
right.
you show up most weeks, right? You show up, and we love that. And again,
Nice.
it's all about enabling, and you have good pickups. Again, it's passion for the figures that you collect. And that's what
Thank
we
you.
want to push out. Again, like there's things that you'll see on there with the accessories. We got Goose, and my buddy Tristan El Jefe. He likes
Yeah.
to show off the miniature stuff, the 112 scale accessory stuff. And some of that stuff is insane because he gets it from import style. So, you have ice, like a bucket of ice that has separate ice cubes, and we're talking 112 scale. So
Right.
it's crazy. It's
Right.
crazy.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah,
that is crazy.
I
Those
think.
things, my sister collects those miniatures. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, so I know what you're talking about. I've seen a bunch of them. It's actually cool shit for sure.
Yeah, I mean the fact that you could get matches and then take a stick out of the match, and have it like a separate from a match,
Right.
like the matchbox, is
Right.
just crazy.
Right. Not a painted detail. Like,
Yeah,
not like opening the box is cool enough, but then
yeah,
being able to pull an individual toothpick out that is
exactly.
wild.
That's crazy.
The shit that we can do today is crazy. Like, even I can 3D print stuff. I'm terrible, terrible, terrible with computers, to be honest with you. And
Me
my
too.
brother CG Horror convinced me that I could do it and basically I put out in the timeline, I was like, oh, hey, I'm looking to get a 3D printer. Does anybody know what's the best one? And he was like, well, what do you want to do? And I was like, mostly smaller stuff, weapons and stuff. So so I can outfit everybody with good stuff. I don't have to buy. Anyway, I never, still to this day, I haven't printed a single weapon yet.
Got
I
you.
just,
Got you.
I did a bunch of stuff from Chris for Sys3darsenal. I just to kind of like, just to mess around. I was like, oh, like for the Joes, I printed some in gray and then spray painted them black and green,
That looks
just
great.
for background fodder. And after I printed, literally no bullshit, an absolute fuck ton, I got stuff for the Alley Viper, and then I made stuff for my 788 fire team. But
That looks great, though, man. You did a
I
really good
showed
job.
it to you quickly. If you had it in your hand, you would realize that it's a very substandard product that I did. That's why I stopped putting them in my photos, because I didn't want people to think that that was his shit, right? Because he makes the cleanest prints, and I would always I think whenever I would have a video, I made some kind of note. I'd be like, I printed these. That's why they look like trash. No, because it's like I didn't clean all on the insides, but for background stuff, they came out perfect for that. Right?
Listen, practice makes perfect, man. That's how I look at it. You just gotta hit it with some light sandpaper, and you'll be good to go.
Definitely. And I also realized too, I was like, oh yeah, I wanted to, I absolutely wasn't going to try to do these on my own, but I have the locker set up. He so generously sent me for the Cobra Claw launching facility. It's like the coolest thing. I have to put it in the background of like every dial. If I'm inside a building, it's a fucking armory, and that shit has to go in the back because it just looks so great, right? I mean,
I agree.
where else do the Cobras hang out, right? The armory, where all the weapons are, for sure. Pop Cold Frenzy in the house. What's up, my brother? Dreadnought E, what's up, my man? Glad you could make it. Really appreciate it. All my brothers in the house. It's great. So let me tell you, having you almost want to get a Twitter account just to be sure that the deals you can get from my dude Pop Cold Frenzy. So every day he fills our timeline with all of that, and it's not just GI Joes, right? Trust me. But if there's a sale on a GI Joe, you know about it. And so it's not just like from Amazon. He's got links from Entertainment Earth. He goes on eBay. The stuff he was dropping last week for all those that collect like the GI Joe 3 3/4 stuff, there was deals to be had, and he finds them. He puts them up on the timeline. I always like to shout it out because that is a free service he provides for us.
Awesome.
I actually started doing this thing where I was getting so many figures through his links that I started counting it. And so every time that I would see a tweet, I would follow his link, I'd purchase the figure or however many, and then I would go repost that tweet of his and say, hey, I got mine. Make sure you use Pop's link. Here's the figure count. And I think currently we're up to like 144 figures. Something just like that. And that's not counting the times he puts up that, whenever Gridiron has a sale for their $5 rifles, I always go and I buy 10 because, dude, you can't, they're normally, that's like 50% off. So a lot of times I go, so that's not the figure count doesn't even include all of those awesome deals. And especially for fodder figures, like the Indiana Jones line that pops up on Amazon, when those figures are even some of the Star Wars ones where they just look like civilians, right? You take their gear off and the gun strap on their leg and they just, it's great civilians. So can't go wrong there. And he's the best. We all love you, Pop.
Cool.
And Snow Leopard says, Destro Designs is the biggest enabler of them all, and we love him for it. Thank you, Snow Leopard. Yeah, I try to convince people to again, if it's within your means, let the excess flow. Buy troop build if you want to. I mean, just I can honestly say that when I found these figures in 2020, the end of 2024, it was I would say that I wasn't in the best mental space that I had been in, and so it was initially, you never want to try to fill that hole in yourself or solve your problems. You guys tried to talk about it with that gentleman Clava. It's that aspect of things where you don't ever want to use it as an escape from your problems because you're going to buy that figure and your problem is still going to be there. You got to solve the problem, right?
But you always solve the problem. That's what I'm saying. You take care of home first.
For sure. But
you'll enjoy the hobby a lot more that way anyway.
Definitely. Well, what it was though was for a minute to basically get my feet back underneath myself. It was a nice crutch. It was something that had me smiling, had me happy, and had me interested in like getting up again. Now my kids always do that for me, and so that gets me out of bed and going. But then it's in those moments when you're by yourself, how are you feeling? You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Because
No,
you can
I get it.
surround yourself with a bunch of shit and never have to think about yourself because you've got everybody else, taking up all that space in the forefront of your mind. And so, yeah, when I first found the figures, it was great. And I can just remember, I can remember buying multiple alley vipers and then just, again, for whatever reason, like opening them fuckers up and having like 3 of them next to each other. I was like, this is amazing.
Yeah,
This is the
no,
best.
I mean, listen, I definitely understand where you're coming from when it comes to like stressful situations. Like, this is before I got onto YouTube, but like, I was at a job where I was working 70 hours a week, and it was high stress, constant high stress from morning. And like, I was having meetings at 1 in the morning. Like, I was
Woo!
on the phone at 1 a.m. with like my boss or like the CEO of the company or the treasurer, his wife, and
Right,
it
right.
was so frustrating. And this was like Monday, like I was working like 6 days a week, and I would take one day off. It
Wow.
was horrible. Like it was to a point where my wife was like, "Listen, you need to put boundaries up. Like they're not respecting you, and you have a family. Like
Yes.
you need to say something." And then eventually, I was at the point where I was going to quit. Like and like my mind is like, don't leave a job until you have another one ready to go. That
Yeah.
way, I'm just
Yeah.
transitioning, right? Like, but my wife was like, "Listen, if you need to quit now,
We'll
today,
figure it out.
we'll figure it out. Just quit."
That's
And
what's
that
up.
was to that point where I was going to, and then I got that one phone call, and it just changed everything. And I work 40 hours a week now.
Nice. That's
There's
awesome.
no
I mean, that's
no stress, and like, well, not even now. Like, and like at the end of 2023, uh, you know, it just everything lifted, and now I spend more time with my kids.
perfect.
Essentially, I get 30 hours back a week, which is nice. And then I was like, I have time to YouTube now.
Awesome.
Like,
Awesome.
so
And
that's how
and
it all started.
and I feel like in the end they get more if they value you as an employee, they want you to be that kind of happy, right? Like that's you definitely
Not
want
yes and
not
no.
resentful.
I would say yes and no, because again, a lot of people tend to take advantage, right? That's really how it works.
True. That's true. That's true. I guess there is. I just always had this insane work ethic that sometimes I forget that. And again, that's why I work for myself because
Mm.
I can't get like imagine. So it's like you're not going to get a paid hourly employee to care about your business the way that you care about your business. You're not paying him for that. His name's not on the door. There's no back end money. He's not getting half the job. So he's going to show up. He's going to do the minimum of what you ask of him. That's just
Yep.
the nature of things, right? They don't want to bend over backwards for you. I mean, once in a while you see rare employees that just are different, or they're here to do this job no matter what, right?
Mhm.
You are paying me X amount of dollars. I agreed to that amount, so you're going to get the most out of me, which I think is great. But yeah, that's I've
So,
largely only
like
had people.
Pop Cult Frenzy just said, they pay you to work on their dreams, not yours.
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
That's
And
the
so
truth.
and that's what those people were expecting out of you in that time
Yeah.
was that like, yeah, they're like, no, that's what they want to do. Of course they want to work this many hours because they're making all of that other money.
Mhm.
They're incentivized in that way. And yeah, I'm glad that worked out for you, brother. That's fucking
Oh no,
awesome.
it's amazing, dude. There's a literally a complete 180 shift. Me in early 2023 versus end of 2023.
Right, right. Oh, good.
It's just crazy.
Matt from Mos Mind says my boss is a jerk. Matt is the sole owner and employee of Mos Mind Custom Design. It's fucking that's
Gosh.
awesome. I always have jokes like that for myself. People, oh, can you come to do this or do that? And you're like, oh, I got to check with the boss and see what happens. So, I just always struggled with showing up to the same place every day. It literally starts to feel like a prison.
Mhm.
I've tried. There was times like in the say since my early 20s when I basically started my own thing. There was a 10-year period there where I started working as a subcontractor for the state at this
Okay.
one particular housing authority in the city that I actually grew up in. It was a great thing. It was the Troy Housing Authorities. It was their biggest, the biggest site. And basically, my kids were born, and I was like, oh my God, what, I panicked a little bit. And so I knew that even if I wanted to work for myself, I needed to revamp my business a lot. I needed new equipment. I needed, a different vehicle. I needed to figure some things out. And so I took what was in essence a job for a housing authority, and ultimately wound up leaving. But I was there for about 10 years because it almost wasn't a job, meaning like my boss knew that I knew so much more. These were all maintenance guys who had like taught themselves how to use duct tape and hammer on shit. So I wound up taking care of their biggest site and all these mechanicals. And so I didn't even really like I kind of had to be there on time. And, I was able to just, I could there was an amount of time I was expected to be there. And so like I ultimately would go in on Monday morning and say, here's what I'm planning on doing. I'll try not to spend a lot of money, and come back on Friday and say, here's what I got done. Here's my receipts. Have a nice weekend. And because I was working way above my pay rate, right? It was a union job. So they couldn't just pay me what I wanted. They had to fit me into like a position at this and that and the other thing. And, but yeah, so more or less, after that 10-year span, a private, I know it sounds crazy because it's a state-run thing. A private investment firm came in somehow because they looked at the housing authority as a whole as losing money, and that this investment firm was going to somehow solve all these problems. When in fact, after talking to these people literally for 1 hour, I realized that my job was no longer going to exist, and these people had no idea what they were talking about. And still to this day, but I left because they were just, it was trying to explain dangerous shit to people who had never done any of it before, but insisted that it needed to be done certain ways. And I was like, look, I don't know what world you come from. Oh, we've been doing this for X amount of years. And I'm like, I'll show you, anyways, we won't get bogged down in that. But it was, that's where I had to make a major change. And, but I had always had customers that I always did work for, even when, that was almost just like something I had to do mostly during the week, but a lot of nights, a lot of weekends, I kept all these great customers through the years. And then finally, at that point, I was like, you know what? A guy, who's a doctor friend of mine, had just bought an old dilapidated cabin on a lake. He wanted that revamped. That was a ton of work. And I said, that's good enough to get me back on the horse full time to just working for myself. And yeah, and that's where I've been for like the last 3 years. I won't look back. That's a wrap on that.
That's awesome, but that's also carries some stress too, though, right? So
it does. Obviously, there's a lot that I don't have to deal with in a sense that, I still to this day have never made a business card. I've never advertised. It's the word of mouth.
Not one business card?
Yeah, never, not once. No, my sister made me a stack. I'm actually in the process of making some now. Literally, I've always been so busy that I'm always a couple months out on projects. So I'm like, I just never got around to doing it because I never had to. But no, recently I looked at, there's a ton of ways you can get business cards. It's really cheap, really nice nowadays. And
yeah, dude, FedEx will do it for you. Actually, you could get it created in like Canva, and just send the PDF file to FedEx, and they'll print it. It's like $30, and you get like 600.
What?
Yeah.
Huh. No shit.
Don't if you physically go to like UPS, they'll overcharge you. If you if you just design it yourself, like on Canva, and Canva you can get for free as an app on your phone, and just design. They have a business card thing, so just design it and make it, and then FedEx will actually call the store. They'll have an email address that you can send them the file, and then you'll send them the file, like the PDF file. They'll ask for the PDF. Send them the file, and they're like, how many do you want? And like, I think I printed like 600 business cards, and it was like $35.
Well,
and I just wrote,
that's insane. I just wrote all that down. That sounds a little better. I actually, I've been trying to look into, there is a printing company that does mostly shirts and sign banners, car wraps. Like they're into a lot of shit. And I know the guy. As it turns out, I didn't know he did that. I hadn't seen him in a long time, but I was talking to somebody the other day about it, and they're like, "Oh, go see so and so," and I was like, "Where?" And it's not only is he doing it, it's like 5 minutes from my house. It's right here. So I'm looking into some Destro Design shirts. One of the ones like I did a test one. My wife has a Cricut and she helped me with it. I took a Carhartt shirt, with the pocket and the emblem,
Yeah.
and then I just had in lowercase letters Destro Designs over the top of the pocket. My idea, I was never a big fan of like overall print stuff. Like this is about as big and complicated as I'll get. And I overlooked the size of this because it's a GI Joe blueprint, and not that's perfect. But I want to design a shirt that somebody could wear to the barbecue, and it doesn't obviously look like they're wearing a guy who talks about toys, or it's just something that looks, it's a little more fully, acceptable, so to speak. But like I have this Python Patrol shirt. It's got the Python Patrol emblem on the chest, and I absolutely love it. On the back, it's a top to bottom picture of a Python Patrol guy, full uniform, green. It's like the card art for it, and that's a little. That's it. It is awesome, but like I was on vacation and I wore it. And my kids were like, "Are you really gonna wear that like outside with us?"
I mean, it depends, right? I mean, how old are your kids?
They're twin girls. They're 11.
11. Okay. So they're at that point where they're like, I have two boys, right? So a 9-year-old and a 6-year-old. My 9-year-old like lives and breathes the Figure Fight Club.
Okay.
Like he wants to be on the show. Like, I was like,
Okay.
You're too young, not yet. I was like,
Right.
plus you gotta be collecting figures, right? That's how it works.
Sure. Right.
And he's getting into it slowly.
That's awesome. That makes me happy. When we were backstage, I was sharing with Abhi that, what was it, maybe 2 weeks ago, I think. I was with the girls down here. We were they'd made their own little diorama, and it was awesome. It was so much fun, and we were basically just discussing how good it is when you get to spend that kind of time with your kids, right? It's really the best. It's like the converging of worlds, right? Doing toy photography and my kids are basically the top two things in the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, when I do like photos and stuff, if my older son is there, he'll see me doing it, and he's like, "Hey, can I pose this?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." And then can I take a picture too? And I'll just give him my phone. But like my kids are into like Pokemon right now too, like hard, like very hard. That's like the number one thing right now. And
okay,
I started going into cards for that reason. Now, like, I mean, I was at a show today. It was like a mix of toys and cards, and holy hell, dude! I mean, ever since my card, we talked about the collector bug, right? So when I got into cards about in November of 2025, it's been crazy. Like, I've never seen collectors like this before. Like, I thought GI Joe collectors were bad.
Nah, these card motherfuckers are rabid, bro. They're rabid.
Yeah, the card guys are, like you said, they're rabid, dude. They are crazy. But even today, like, I dropped $500 on Pokemon cards.
Nice.
But I came home with a bunch of shit, and like my kids are excited. We ripped like 11 packs. So, like, again, I sit around the dining table with my kids every night, and we rip anywhere from 9 to 15 packs.
That's fantastic, bro.
Yep.
They'll remember that shit forever, right?
Exactly. And that's the point. Like, my wife loves it too, because she's like you're spending time with the kids and hanging out, and you're doing something that they're passionate about as well. And that's the fun part.
And there's legitimately the chance that you're going to pull a card worth a ton of money, we
have done that, at least for Pokemon wise. We pulled the card when we first pulled it on 12/31. It was $485. Today it is worth $816.
Wow.
And that's the one card my kids do not like, because I'll take all the expensive cards, not all, but like I'll take all. The rule is we open the cards, you guys keep most of them except for the expensive ones, because I'll go to the shows and I'll take those expensive cards and trade them in for more packs that we can open together. So it's like recycling, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But they're like, don't get rid of this one, we want to keep it. I was like, all right.
That's what's up. I absolutely love it.
We'll get it graded and all that stuff, and then because graded, if it gets a 10 graded, that card will be $2,600.
Wow, no shit.
Amazing. And then,
And
like, I'm into One Piece, as you can see from the banner over here.
yeah,
I got hard into One Piece around the same time, and 2026 is the year of the pirate.
nice.
So it makes sense in a lot of different ways. But like, I started buying the toys. I got into the cards, and I pulled 1,000. It was a $1,080 card of One Piece just like a few weeks ago, and crazy.
Wow. That is crazy. Holy shit. And now those were Pokemon cards or those are One Piece cards?
The 1,000 one was Pokemon. My kids are not into One Piece, not yet, at least. But the $1,000 card is Pokemon, and the $800 card is, or sorry, $1,000 card is One Piece, and the $800 card is Pokemon right now.
Nice. That
Yeah,
is that is cool as shit. And I think that it's cool that it still can have value like that. Like I'm sure it's just adjusted, but like so I collected baseball, well, mostly football cards, right? Football is my sport.
yeah,
I had a ton of football cards and I was around still. So, like, I was in a late teen when the internet started coming around, and more or less, like, I got to see a bunch of cards that I had that were worth a lot of money become like worthless. Just all of a sudden the access you had to stuff. Like I had a Walter Payton rookie card that was worth hundreds of dollars. Like I would bring it to shows, I would get offers for 300, 400, and I knew that it was more than that, so I would just say no,
yeah,
right? And I wait until I was trying to get the right one, and then I remember buying Barry Sanders rookies, Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, and buying all this stuff, and I was thinking that I was making sort of an investment to a degree, right? I did it because I liked it, but
yeah.
I was justifying the more expensive purchases because I was like, oh, they're just going to be worth more. Like these cards are never going to devalue. Jerry
The
Rice is
issue,
never going to.
the issue with '90s cards were overproduced when it comes to sports cards like basketball, football, baseball. So a lot
Okay,
of the value is not there anymore in those years. Because
right.
I still have my basketball cards from the '90s that I collected as a kid, and they're not worth anything. Yeah,
I
like I had a guy look at it, and he was like, "This card might be worth something because it has Michael Jordan in it, but it's not his card." So anything Michael Jordan, they're like, it's money, it'll sell. But
but
anything
everything
else,
else is suspect.
yeah, essentially, if it was made in the '90s, it's not worth that much.
Right, right, right. Very good, very good. I do think some of there are I think there was a correction that kind of leveled it off. I think there were some cards like Mickey Mantle always held his value, right?
Mhm.
But I think like there were certain cards where the value kind of came back up after that initial just axing that so many different cards it took. Like I remember
Yeah.
the number one, the very first series of Upper Deck, the number one card of that was Ken Griffey Jr.'s rookie card, and that was the most sought after card at that time. And it was meaning like that it was new, right? You could go get this, you could go buy it. It was still, an affordable thing, but everybody just assumed that that card was going to be worth $1 billion. Oh, here's another one that is literally worthless today. There was an iconic poster of Bo Jackson where he
Mhm.
had shoulder pads on with the baseball bat like this, right? I had the poster, the card that I think Pro Set came out with the card, and it was an awesome fucking card. It was amazing,
Mhm.
and it was worth like God, I probably don't remember. I remember it being worth, I think, like $200. And
Okay.
almost 2 years later, it was like worthless because, like I had said, people just started to come to realize, like, oh, there's a ton of these things. Like everybody has them. They're not
Well,
rare.
that's the thing. Like rarity is the biggest thing, right? So that's what drives the cost, right? That's how it works. So like that Pokemon card is like a Charizard like special print from Phantasmal Flames, and that Phantasmal Flames Pokemon has announced that they're no longer making it.
Ooh,
So it's only going to go up at this point because if you haven't pulled it yet, and then people have the boxes that the scalpers are selling at this point, like you have a chance to pull it there. But even those boxes are now went from normally retails what $30, secondary market was 50. It's already gone up to 60. My
huh.
card has again doubled, almost doubled in value. Went from 485 to $816.
Oh
So
shit! Wow.
it really just depends, man. Like the card thing is again the craziest. I've never seen a market like I thought toys were crazy when I first got into it, but then just the last 5 months experiencing cards, holy hell!
What?
Like it's
So
it's
what
a whole
is
new
there?
world.
Is there other cards that you're into besides One Piece and One
I
Piece?
do. I like Magic card. I don't play I like Magic. Just mostly, I like the older Magic. I want to say because I like the artwork.
Okay.
I really enjoy it because I'm big into fantasy and like folklore and all that stuff and like barbarians. That's kind of my jam. And the
Yep.
older
Yep.
Magic cards have like dragons and all that stuff. It's really fun to look at. And you like I got like I was looking for. I played Magic as a kid when I was much younger,
Oh, okay.
and like I was at a card shop. I think I might have this card here somewhere. I was at a card shop looking for a card, and I had to go through like 4 boxes of like 500 cards, or actually probably like 1,000 cards each, just to look for this damn card. And I found it. This was my favorite card as a kid. This is the Shivan Dragon, and this was like the card I had, and apparently, like this was my like I was looking for this card only, and I found it. I was super happy I found it. But then like just going through all the old cards, it gave me so many cool ideas for customs I wanted to do. And then like someone who collects Mythic Legions and all these other toy lines, and I was like, I've seen this figure before. Someone made this, and I was like, "Is this where they got the idea from Magic?" Like,
Right.
and they,
Right.
like it comes in your head. It's like, is this where they're janking all these ideas from? Like, is this where it's coming from? And it's so funny because like so many cool ideas. Again, if you're into that, right? I'm into barbarians and all that stuff. So that's
Nice.
kind of my jam, especially right now. It's kind of my jam.
Popco Frenzy says, I totally get that. That's why I wanted to do more low key stuff like O'Hara martial arts. So when I was talking about not liking a big overall print or something wild, Popco Frenzy designed a shirt. I have it. Scarlett
Okay.
O'Hara is, Scarlett from GI Joe.
Yeah.
He made a shirt where it was basically look like a shirt that you would buy from her martial arts dojo, right? Like if she had her own dojo, it's an O'Hara martial arts. It was a brilliant, brilliant idea. I absolutely love that shirt. Popco Frenzy says it's cool you can share a hobby. Yeah, I that was great. I loved hearing Abhi talk about that. And he also says exactly reinvest profits back into more packs. So if you can have that kind of a hobby that you share with your kids that pays for itself in any way, you are winning, my friend. I think
I mean,
that's
there's a lot of issues when it comes to the whole card reinvestment thing because like these vendors at the card shows they'll give you 80% value of the card.
right.
Because they have to make their 20% apparently, and I was just like, it's kind of funny because it's like you're trading me product for product, and it's like
Right.
you're not marking down your 20% like on your
Right.
product. You like, so I'll try to negotiate, and most of them do negotiate back and bring down the price a little bit on their product, so we get a better offer. But again, I dropped 500 cash on top of my trades today. But again, like the fact that it's the excitement of pulling the pack, like ripping the packs with my kids, and like when we get a fun card, a full art card, like both my kids, like the sound effects that happen, like it's like, oh, what is that? Oh, look at that card! It's so exciting.
Nice.
It's excitement, right? And I love that. It's
That
so
is
much.
that's awesome.
Like just to listen to it, right? And even my wife is like in the kitchen, like watching us, like just to see the kids' reactions, right? I love it.
I think every parent would agree that that's the goal, right? Is to see your kids smile, right? Have your kids be happy. So fucking fantastic. Dreadnought, you, my boy Alice says, damn, I had no idea they went for that kind of cash. I got to be honest with you. I didn't really either. One night, I think it was one of the first nights I was on the open mic night. I remember you talking about basically all the stuff you had just said. You were kind of explaining it to everybody. And I was like, oh, wait, what? Holy shit.
It's a whole new world. That's what I'm saying. Like it's crazy. Like today I opened only 6 packs with my kids, but then my uncle had given me like a $50 bill to give to my kid for his birthday from back in the day, or from like December, right? So I was like, all right, thank you. He's like, buy him something fun, and like he's all about Pokemon. So I was like, I found a Charizard X that he was looking for. But he wanted that card specifically because he's one he didn't have, and then it came with like 5 packs, and I gave him the 10, and he's like, how do you want to do this? Like, do you keep all the cards? Or do you get the expensive ones? I was like, no, they're all yours. If you pull something crazy expensive, it's yours because it's your birthday gift, right? That's how it works. Like, this is not me buying it now. This is a gift from
Right.
someone else to you. So this is yours. And he pulled something like a full art. He loved, again, that the sound effects is what I loved, like the excitement. Oh my god,
Yes.
it was amazing. And like,
Yeah.
of course, he's 6 years old. He's like, I love you, Papa. This is so much fun. You're the best,
Oh,
Papa. I was like, I love that. Right?
hell
It's
yeah.
amazing,
Hell
man.
yeah.
It melts my heart
Dude, I
completely.
legitimately enjoy hearing you just tell me about it. That's fucking
Yeah.
awesome. It really is
No,
good.
it's a great feeling. And the funny thing is, like, they're so obsessed with Pokemon, and like, I don't know anything about it at all. Like, I'm
Right,
just
right,
learning.
right,
I'm trying to learn, like,
right, right.
as we go. It's like, all right, okay, this is a legendary. Okay, what's that?
That's fun. My kids actually got into Pokemon for the smallest minute, and even though I wasn't into it, and even in a collector sense, because I had no idea. I didn't even know value. I mean, we're talking maybe 3 years ago, right? And but they would get them. My cousin David, who's like my little brother, basically gave them a folder full of the ones that he had, and they don't know or care like if they're worth a
Yeah,
lot of money or not. They're just like they look at the colors and they think which one's cool, and then they went through them all and they actually put a stack together. They're like, here, we want you to have these. So I got myself a binder, put all the ones they gave me in there, and we kind of they weren't as into it as like you're describing, but they definitely enjoyed having them. They like sitting there, they like arranging the cards in the
yeah.
notebooks and like seeing how it looked. That was half the fun. Shout out to our brother Talib 1980 Collects in the chat. Welcome in, my dude. Thanks for stopping. Yeah, dude, that's great. It's funny. I'm gonna actually talk to my kids and be like, "Hey, you still got those Pokemon
You should price
folders?"
those cards. Honestly,
I,
you should
well,
price them because
that's what I was. There was
listen, my son came home from school one day. He was super excited. He's like, he's like, I was so good at school today. I followed all the instructions and I got like an award. I was like, what'd you get? And he's like, I got this Pikachu card. And I have an app on my phone that looks up all the cards and the values and stuff.
okay.
And I was like, they gave you this card? He's like, yeah. And I was like, that's cool. This is a McDonald's day. This is like a McDonald's like Pokemon card. It's worth like at the time it was worth $17. Now it's worth like $24. Like I saw it the other day. It was like $24, and I was like, they gave you this,
Dude, they have a bunch of those McDonald's cards. That's as soon as you said that, I was like, oh, I think one of the whole first half of one of the folders is McDonald's cards. I think.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah,
Oh,
so,
no
I
shit.
mean, a lot of that stuff has gone up, depending on the character, I'm assuming. But a lot of that stuff has gone up in value now, especially the older cards. But this is a card from like I think it was 2016 or 2017.
Nice. Huh. Okay. Well, that's pretty fucking awesome, dude. I
Yeah.
enjoy that. So we were trying to get through all of the shows that fall under the Figure Fight Club umbrella, and I think we bolted to the left when we were talking about open mic night. So open
Yes.
mic night is Tuesdays, 8 o'clock. Just as Abhi said, it's been running into that 3 hour window because we're just having a good time, right? I
Yeah.
mean, we go
No
through
doubt.
all of our pickups, and then everybody usually just starts talking about something, and go figure. 2 weeks ago, I had to get up at on 3 o'clock in the morning on a Wednesday. So the 1 week that I wasn't there in like I don't know 5 or 6 week window or something like that, and the man himself, Bobby Vala, pops in, hangs out for a while. Laser Pants comes through.
Yeah.
Bobby makes a big donation to that Bao Long.
Yeah.
Right? Was that was the
That was the same night. Yeah,
yeah,
that was the
the
same night.
Bao Long Fund. I've mentioned that. I'll mention that again a little later. But yeah, I was laying in bed and I had it on the phone. It was playing, and like I was half asleep, and I was like, did he just say Bobby Vala? And I kind of looked over and I was like, oh, you motherfuckers, of course, son of a bitch. Right. I know nobody knew it was a
Yeah,
spontaneous thing. That
I
was
was
fun.
spontaneous. Yeah, I didn't know Bobby watched my show.
No,
So,
right. Well, that's the thing. There's times where, I have a good idea, the dudes that watch on a timeline, but I started, so on Instagram, my Destro Designs page was actually where I did a lot of that tool review and the contracting videos that I was talking about earlier. So I unfortunately, I haven't, that's why I created Viper Den Studios over there too, because just so I could put all of that stuff on one page where I didn't have all this other stuff. Anyways,
yeah,
I started putting out advertising for the podcast on there and on Destro Designs. And so there's a bunch of people that I grew up with that have no idea that I do this, right? And I know some of them have popped through. They've told me later in the day. So, but I'm like, yeah, if you don't say the name, if you don't comment, I have It's like, oh, you can't see who's there. I'm like, no, I have no idea. There's a little thing. It's got a number. It just like doesn't tell me who.
Only the people in the chat. That's how you know the names. That's it.
Yep, that's it. Funny story. So my first 2 live shows I actually did on Twitter.
Okay.
And I didn't know, but somebody was like, yeah, you definitely, YouTube is where it's at. And that was true. But also there was a problem with the comments, right? Where the comments would start coming in, and then after about 10 minutes, they would just freeze. And then I wouldn't be able to see it. But anyway, the funniest thing, I don't know exactly how Twitter's view count works, but I know that what I thought was happening is not how it works. So my first time I'm looking, and so it goes up to like 20 something people. And I was like, wow, I'm shocked that 20 people are actually watching this right now. And then as I kept talking, the number kept going up to the point where it got to like 430. And I was like, 430? I should have started doing this a month ago. What? So there was not 430. 430 people had stopped, looked at, and then most likely moved on. I doubt there was any more than like 6, 7, 8, 9 people that I knew from the timeline that were watching the whole thing. But anyways, I got off the podcast that night fucking elated, and it was like, I can't believe there was 400 people. I was like, but then I was laying in bed, and I came back to earth because I was like, because at the time, I honestly think I only had maybe 300 followers. So I was like, what's more likely? That more people were watching your very first podcast than you have following you, or you have no idea what you're talking about? I was like, yeah, it's most likely that I don't have a clue how this fucking works.
Snow Leopard is saying every time you scroll past a post on X, it registers as a view.
Then there we go. That would sound about right.
I don't know enough about X because I have an account there. I just don't use it as much, honestly. Like it's just I'm all over Instagram and YouTube and Facebook. Is adding like even TikTok. I think I do some shorts or reels or whatever they call it there.
Yeah.
It's just a lot.
So I can agree. I was just about to say. So I have been trying to capitalize on what feels like some momentum and trying to get out on as many social media platforms as I can to draw as many people to this YouTube page. And so I had Destro Designs on Facebook and Instagram. So they were already made. I had followers. They were people who were there for different things. But so on Facebook, I just said, fuck it. And I just started putting all my finished work like over there. I started trying to have conversations with people, do like I do on Twitter. Now my home base is always going to be on Twitter with my brothers that are here in the comments. But in order for me for Destro Designs YouTube to grow, because ultimately I would like to be able to take in X amount of dollars so I can then actually spend real time doing this. Like right now I'm squeezing shit in, right? Anyways, I'm trying to expand. So recently it's been, steady dose of stuff. Whenever I drop like a toy photography picture, I do, goes on Twitter. I go over to, Instagram. Then I go over to my Facebook page. And then I also always post in the group with Jeremy. I just realized there's a way that I can post to all the groups and everything at once. I didn't know that before. So I was individually going to each group and posting the picture.
I do that. I do that now for advertising. So if there's a way to easily do that, please share because I have no idea.
Yeah. So right when you get it all set up, and then you go to post, and then there's one last page that it shows you, and the button in the top right hand corner is to post it. One time I looked down and it said post across all groups, and I clicked on that, and it posted across all the groups.
But do you select which groups to post it on?
You can. I didn't. I just said yes to send it to all of them. I bet there's a way you can probably maybe go to do some kind of selecting. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So
I'll look into that next time because
100%. But then, again on Facebook, then you're going over to Instagram, and I just recently recovered my TikTok. So I had a Destro Designs. I had a ton of progress videos over there. Not really any followers, but I just wanted the Destro Designs name, right? No underscore, no nothing, just Destro Designs on every fucking thing.
I did the same thing on most platforms. I went in and took Figure Fight Club on every single platform just so I have it.
Gotta have it. Gotta have it. And so yeah, it was so much easier to recover this account. So what had happened? TikTok does a crazy thing. Basically, I'm sure this is to drive how many users they say they have. So I, like again, like I said, I took that huge break from all social media. So I hadn't been on my TikTok in a long time, and it literally logged me out. When I was on Instagram or Facebook one day, somebody had posted a video from TikTok and I wanted to see it. So I hit the button. It brought me over to TikTok and it said, sign in with your Google. And I thought it was going to obviously bring me to my Destro Designs account. It did not. It didn't even recognize me as a user. I hit the thing to sign in with my Google and it created an entire new account, Destro Designs 8. Now, I didn't even notice that. I just watched that video and went about my business. And then later that day, I got sucked in again and was like, I'll go watch some TikTok. And so I'm in there and I'm scrolling. And over the course of the next, I don't know, bro, couple months, I never went to my profile. I just, again, I'd see a video, there'd be a link, I'd go over, I'd look. And then one day I was like looking for a video and I was like, oh, I think that's on TikTok. So I went over, I hit the profile, no videos, Destro Designs 8. And I was like, what the fuck is this? So I signed out of that and then tried to find my other account. And sure enough, there it was, but it wasn't letting me sign into it. It was like, how did I get on this side of the fence? Like, what the hell? And so I was like, you know what? I don't give a fuck. And I just walked away. I was like, I could care less. But recently, obviously doing everything I'm doing, I was like, I gotta get this figured out. So I went over there the other day and it had done the same thing. This is what brought me back to it. It brought me to it, created Destro Design 7. And I was like, okay, I'm going to get this solved right now. I logged out of that, tried logging in, or it was, there was something where it was like help center. And in the help center, it said account recovery. And so they made it so easy for me to just slip right back into that thing that I think they know what they're doing. They are definitely driving the user count up and then making it easy so you don't have to complain about it, which I did. Dude, if I can figure it out in less than 5 minutes, it's got to be butter smooth easy. And so, but there I was. It said something and it was like select it, put the email in. I typed in my email. It came up. I put in the code that I thought it was. Somehow I remembered the password and I was back in. So happy as hell on that. Let me catch up in the chat real quick. Looks like we got.
While you catch up on the chat, I'm going to just run to the restroom. I'll be right back.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, brother. Absolutely. So we got Stu for lunch in the house. What's up, my dude? Destro and Abhi. Oh, my. Is the heaven or what? Happy Saturday night to the chat room, too. What's up, Stu for lunch? Thanks for coming through. Super lucky to have our brother Abhi in the house. Was really excited to get him over here. You know, a lot of my crew that's on Twitter isn't really on Instagram or any of these other sites, and pretty much that Abhi is on. So I thought this was a good way to kind of introduce everybody. Maybe get some people to make some other accounts. Our brother Rock Lockdown in the house. Thank you for coming through, man. I really appreciate it. Very late. Yeah, no worries, brother. No worries. Figure Fan Samurai says, Destro, exact same thing happened to me with TikTok, and I've never been back since. Well, so Figure Fan, you can, listen, I can't stress to you enough how easy it is. If I can figure it out, you can probably get your account back if you're interested. Our brother Kalel 327 in the house. Yeah, don't worry, fellas. I appreciate that you're here. That's what's up. Yeah, so Abhi, Figure Fan Samurai says he had the exact same thing happen to him on TikTok and he's never been back. But I tried to let him know that if I can figure it out, you can figure it out for sure.
I do like TikTok's way of making like the videos and stuff. It's really easy of combining, and they have like this automation thing where you could have like different options of creating a video with music, and you could change the music. It makes creating videos a lot faster.
Yes,
so I do like that.
Yeah, I was always dropping already made videos on there, but like one time I did mess around with it, and I was like, oh, this is why it's so popular, because like even my mom would be able to come on here.
Yeah, it's so simple. Yeah, it's so simple.
They walk you right through it 100%. So that's great. Very good. So just to get a little more background on Figure Fight Club. Well, actually, let's finish the wrap about what we're still hung up on open mic night, Tuesdays, 8 o'clock. Moving down the line all the way to Friday, you have it's now Plastic Journey.
It has officially a title now. It is Plastic Journey podcast is what we're going to call it, but Plastic Journey is the show title. Finally, after that was the first show we ever done, was the Friday show, and it was just called Figure Fight Club. I didn't have a name for it. I didn't know what to call it. I was leaning towards like Friday Fight Night or something, but Plastic Journey was my first podcast I had started with a group of friends on action figures, and it doesn't exist anymore today, but it was a good homage, and I figured this would be a perfect name for it because we talk about journeys. Like, what is your plastic journey?
Right. I think it's great. I think that's a good call. I couldn't imagine. I remember when I first saw it, I was like, man, that's a great name. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, what would you call that? And I was like, oh, it's perfect because you're having people that are coming on and they're discussing how they got to what led them to being exactly where they are in the chair now, and I think that's a pretty awesome way to introduce different people to everybody, right?
Yeah.
Cal says, wait, did I miss the Decepticast discussion?
You did, tell him.
Yeah, we did. We started talking about the shows a while back, but yeah, so Friday is Plastic Journey. Yesterday you had Jersey Maniac on. He's great. Good discussion. He's very candid about how he feels about figures. And, the thing is, though, is it's not a shtick. It's a genuine passion for the figures that he's collecting. He has I've never heard an invalid criticism, right? I mean, but then again, everybody's opinion is subjective, so anybody can dislike something, right? But I think you can tell the difference between people that are they're doing rage bait, they're making the crazy opinion to get the clicks and stuff like that. And he
is passionate. He's very passionate about his collection, and he is a collector, right? He's been collecting since 2001, so 25 years. And right. I get it from his standpoint because he's one of those people who almost buys it all when it comes to like certain toy lines. And right. So when there's a reissue and stuff like that, or if there's no improvements, I could see where he's coming from, but he's more vocal about it, and that's okay.
For sure. I mean, and I think that perhaps something like that, I think it's when you have that much experience, there's always going to be an inherent way of finding a flaw, right? Because if you've seen everything, you kind of, at least with that much experience, you have a good idea of what companies are capable of doing. So when you see that they've slacked, because that's what it is, you're spending less money on producing this because you want to make more, right? And of course, there's always going to be varying ranges of figures. I'm sure they could make what is the one that you guys talk about all the time? Hot toys, right? Everybody, they're generally expensive, right? So it's kind of like, not everybody can collect hot toys, so you got to have varying degrees. But at the same time, it's okay to be critical of a G.I. Joe classified figure if it just doesn't look like it's up to snuff. I mean, me personally,
I think it's okay to be critical about any figure, honestly, but it has to be a valid criticism.
For sure, sure.
And I get it, with today's technology, the fact that we don't have double jointed elbows and knees on certain figures,
right?
I agree with that comment because it's like we're in 2026, guys. Like we figured this out a while ago. Why are you guys utilizing this?
For sure. So yeah, Jersey Maniac, he was on last night, the Friday show. You've had an incredible run of people. The first person that I saw the first show was when Chris from Sys3darsenal was on. I thought that was fantastic. I'm still very thankful to you allowing Chris to put pictures up of mine and Chris thinking enough of my shots to be like, hey, take a look at these. I think that's fantastic. I know he's planning on doing something for Joe Fest too. I think he wants to have a display up at his booth, and I'm going to provide some stuff for him as well. And I love taking photos of Chris's stuff. I love owning his shit. I love purchasing from him. He's fantastic. Talk about customer service. So they have the G.I. Joe. I don't think I have it. I think it's in the bin, but I have. Oh, here it is right here. So this is. I have it in blue, but I had to get it in green for the Joes. This is the mechanic set. but it's 2 pieces.
Hmm.
I had placed an order. I wanted to buy all of it, but I accidentally only ordered this the first time, right? And I got this and some other stuff with it. And then, like a day or so later, I realized I was like, "Oh, mother effer! I completely forgot to order the bottom part. I don't want this." So I placed another order for the bottom. Now, when I was selecting stuff, I accidentally selected black drawers for this one, and he sent me a message. He was like, "Hey man, you got this one the other day, and you got gray drawers, but on this one you ordered the black. I just want to make sure that that wasn't a mistake." It was a mistake. Now, personally, I am kind of wondering what now that I have it, I am wondering what they would all look like if they were black for sure. But it was a mistake. I was like, no, I want them to match 100%. And so that's kind of customer service that
That is
I
great customer
I
service. I agree.
appreciate in the fucking highest of order. That's him saving me from myself. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So shout out to Chris, and he's just a great guy, for
he
sure.
is. I agree.
But that was the first one that I saw. That was the first Friday show, and right off the bat, I was like, "Oh, these guys are doing it. They're doing this thing that I have been envisioning for this past year about a community and having a podcast that's revolved around having people on to talk about basically their journey, which is on Saturday nights. A lot of what I do, it's hey, where did you start? What did you
Yeah.
collect as a kid? Did you have a dark period? Where are we at with stuff now? That whole thing. And so I absolutely love those Friday shows. I honestly, I think the past couple weeks, I was in a position where I was just doing stuff around the house after the kids went to bed, and I watched like the whole thing. Like last night, I did eventually. I think I fell asleep maybe a little bit after 11, perhaps, or something. I don't know how late you guys went, but I definitely
Yeah.
fell asleep before it was over and woke up, and it was just fantastic. And then so tonight you have for the fourth, what is in essence the fourth show of the week. It's Men on Film is the name of it, right?
Yeah, it's on Talib's channel. Yeah, Men on Film will be tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern.
Awesome. So when we get done over here, if you're itching for some more action, they will be discussed. Now, do they pick a video or a movie? Is it like I have no idea the format of the show.
So Talib, so this is this is Talib's channel, so he's running things there. But tonight's is drama movies,
Okay.
dramatic, and we're ranking them. I think he's got, I want to say 64 movies picked out.
Okay.
And there'll be a ranking system. He's doing a lot of this whole March Madness thing with the since the NCAA tournament's happening right now.
Yep.
He's doing some March Madness type of play onto it. So today is all drama movies though.
Okay. Awesome. That's fucking fantastic. So yeah, make sure everybody checks that out as well. My brother Kalel says, well, look how the figures went from 1980 G.I. Joe back to no moving joints in the 2000s. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Figure fan Samurai says, well, yeah, the ones in the 2000s, I think they were basically back to the trash, minimal articulation,
Yeah. I was going to make a comment about Kalel's plastic journey. Sounds like what my ex went through. Listen, this is again 2024 when we launched Plastic Journey a long time ago. When I Googled that name, it was all plastic surgery stuff, and it was mostly females who had that plastic journey. And I just thought it was so funny, and I was like, you know what? We're going to put a big twist to this when it's all toys, and it was amazing. and now it's, I got hooked to the name. I like the name now, Plastic Journey.
Agreed. I do too. I think it's perfect. I think it catches your attention for all those reasons, but then at the same time, it's actually a very descriptive view of it. So
yeah.
So everything that you guys do is fantastic. I urge anybody that is, even if you don't have Instagram, you should get one, even just to interact with all these guys, right? And honestly, there's a very cool group of people. There is a ton of amazingly talented artists over there, guys that are taking photos, like just forget about it. And that would be enough. But you can get all these shows that are on their YouTube. That's the Figure Fight Club YouTube. But then also, I know a lot of you have a Facebook, right? A bunch of you, I'm sure, even though you may not be active on it because you don't want to see your kids you went to high school with melting down over politics, or your
Yeah.
aunt talking about vaccines or who knows what. I try to avoid all that as well. But
Yeah.
Abhi has a fantastic group, the Figure Fight Club community. Again, as I kind of described Jeremy's group, the Pit, it's something very similar. It's totally worth it. So hopefully we can get a bunch of people over there. If you're watching, go in,
Post
check it out.
post photos, share toy pickups, just, or if you want to have a toy discussion, just keep it about toys, have fun. That's really what we're going for. Again, it's about community. That's why it's called Figure Fight Club Community, because it's all about community. It's about having fun with toys.
For
If you
sure.
want to share an awesome photo or a great custom, do it, because people will want to participate. Hell, some people may want to you know add on to it or make it part of
Right.
their collection, and they'll do the same customs.
100%. Stu for Lunch says, in reference to Men on Film, plus a side of fun quips and tasty tidbits from yours truly on Men on Film. That's right. You can find Stu for Lunch.
She was there as well. Yeah.
Absolutely. Figure Fan Samurai says, freaking Abby is going to make me log into my Facebook for the first time in 10 years just to join that damn group. Hey, listen,
It's a
it's
fun
worth
group,
it.
though. I mean, again, it's new. Like, I think I just created it last week, so it's new. But it's a fun group. I think I made it private today, or no, sorry, 3 days ago. It took 3 days to make it
Okay.
private.
Nice.
It was a public group. Now it's turning private on purpose, just so we could control the spam, because apparently there has been spam hitting it. And mods, thank you very much for taking care of some of it. And I know I've deleted some people's comments and things like that. But we are making it a private group, and I think Talib also made a recommendation of asking questions, which I just got to figure it out. I don't know how to do it, but
Listen, it's something that's real small, and anybody that really wants to get in there won't mind a couple quick things. I think
yeah,
it's important. Especially with the mass of people that might just come meandering in. You want to have that control over that. So I think Tal's got a
yeah.
great idea there. That's
But
that's
again,
awesome.
there's no politics, there's no bullshit, there's no drama.
Right.
It's about
Absolutely.
having fun. I mean, we already have some great people posting photos that they take. We've had people who show off some cool customs. It's already fun. It's exactly what I'm envisioning. What I was
Awesome.
hoping to have. So I'm
Awesome.
always looking forward to it, because again, it's all about the community. So that's
That's
how
what's
I
up.
look at it.
Now, before we get you out of here, I got to know a few things about what it is that you collect. So now we have toy appreciators of all kind here, right? I
Mhm.
know everybody. I could go through the list here, and I bet everybody has. I spied something or other, right? Like, oh, I was on the internet the other day. I saw this thing. I didn't know what it was, so I clicked on it. Oh my god, it looks amazing. What is Abby's favorite shit right now?
I mean, there's a lot. I mean, so when 2026 hit, there's this is my office. This is where I work and also podcast from.
Yep,
Uh, but I have
gorgeous,
a room upstairs.
gorgeous.
That's my, like, I call it the man cave is what I call it, but it's not really a cave. It's just a room. There's wall to wall shelves. Literally, all four walls have shelves stacked with figures. Most of them, I would say, I'm Storm collectibles, because I'm a big Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat guy. So I have a lot of Storm collectibles. I have a lot of SHF. I have a lot of Mescos. A lot of Mescos. Third party has been my new thing in the last few years. I would say, like, the last 3 years. 5K. I'm pretty much on there every single day looking at stuff.
Okay, okay.
Uh,
And did they make the toys themselves, or is
no,
5K
no, no.
just
5K is just a distributor of
okay?
import and third
Got it.
party.
Got it.
Uh, but, again, you get some cool stuff there. Again, as I said, I'm into, like, barbarians and, like, folklore and fantasy type figures right now. So Savage Crucible, Sys3darsenal Studios, I've been a big fan of. And then again, like, there's so many of these here's an option. I mean, she's a little unclothed right now, but the Fury Toys made a female buck, right? About, it's 1/12 scale technically, or maybe it's like 1/10 scale. But
Ooh,
I'm kit bashing it. I'm taking parts from different places and putting it on her. Like, this is from Boss Fight Studios. Even the sword, the belt is from Four Horsemen. Yeah, Four Mythic Legions. This shoulder thing on top where the sword is in the back, that's from Boss Fight Studios, from, like, the skeleton figure. The helmet is from Sys3darsenal Studios. The actual head in the helmet, is from WWE Mattel.
Well,
I gotta find a loincloth for her because I don't want her underwear.
okay.
Um, and
Now,
then like even like the weapon, right? The weapon she's holding is from Savage Crucible on this side. So
crazy.
just kid bashing different things, and again, a big fan of barbarians right now, and like the whole gladiator thing.
Love it.
Uh,
Now, did you make that custom based on a figure from something, or is that just your own creation based on, parts available, a vision that you had? Like, is that your own?
this is a vision that I had. She
Fuck yeah.
does. I mean, I would like to, but I like soft goods on toys,
Okay.
so I'm looking for the soft goods to put on this one. Eventually, I'll.
Fantastic.
But
Uh,
again, like just having fun with toys, man. Like there's like I you can't see it because it's like hidden behind here. But like I have hot toys as well. I collect hot toys. I wouldn't say I'm like deep into it because I don't buy them all. I'm
okay.
very selective, but like mostly DC. I have some Star Wars and some Marvel. I have 6 shelves dedicated to Black Series in my toy room upstairs, and mostly Imperial stuff. I don't do the prequels. I don't do the whatever the last 3 Star Wars movies were called.
Right. Right.
But it's this Imperial age is what I do.
Okay.
Um, Again, there's just so much wrestling. I have wrestling. I've always had a love for wrestling, so I do have one bookshelf dedicated to wrestling. And then mostly it's honestly Mezcos. Like Mezcos is a big part of my collection at this point. Again, soft goods. I'm a big fan of soft goods.
Nice. That's what's up. So, as you were saying that, I'm not going to be able to remember the name of the site, but my brother Animus Levels has sent me to this site before when I
Mhm.
had questions about soft goods, and they have a ton of shit. I'm going to get that info from you and send it to you because I can't think of it to save my life.
Is it a site or is it an eBay page? GPS Lot is big on eBay. Who does some
Dude,
amazing?
it might be an eBay page.
Yeah, GPS Lot is who you're probably talking about because I buy from him a lot.
That honestly sounds kind of familiar. I think that
Yeah,
might be it. But I'll double check though, just
yeah.
in case there's another place.
He,
Because he said,
he makes great stuff too. Yeah, like capes, pants, shirts, all that stuff.
dude, so the Night Force Quick Kick that came with the Night Force Beachhead, Night Force Quick Kick 2-pack, he has a tactical vest on, but he's fucking shirtless underneath. It's the
Mhm.
most ridiculous. I don't know what it is. So, oh God, my allergies are going through the roof. So,
Yeah.
when you think about GI Joe in itself has a lot of very silly things that are just like, it's not like a hardline military thing where there's no deviation from what is realistic. It's got a lot of silly shit. So everybody kind of draws their own lines where your mind says whatever. And for some reason, when I see guys that don't have shirts on, it makes me nuts. It's like Gung Ho and Dr. Mindbender get a break from that. But anyway, Quick Kick comes. He's got the tactical vest on with nothing underneath. He comes with some
Yeah.
cool masks. And I'm like, man, if he just had something on, it would look amazing, right?
Mhm.
And Animus Levels was like, oh, he sent me the link that was directly to the actual shirts. Now, because I'm a big pussy when it comes to customizing my stuff, I haven't snapped the arms off yet, right? He's like, oh, you
Yeah,
just put it hot, they'll pop right out. And the way
they
he was
do.
just,
Yeah, Joe's pop right out. They don't have that. The older legends had that issue, but even newer legends pop out now. So
that's what's up. All right,
they
well,
do.
I'll
Heat
take.
is your best friend. Or either you could use like a what's it called, the hair dryer. I'm not a big fan of the hair dryer technique. I like boiling water.
I
So
was gonna
microwave
say,
a cup of water for 2 minutes and dip it in for like 30 to 40 seconds, and then everything pops right out.
no, wait, did you say boiling water? Like that hot where it's
No,
boiling?
no, I microwave it for 2 minutes.
Oh,
Yeah,
microwave.
yeah.
Ooh.
I take a cup. I take a cup of like a coffee cup, right, and just put it in the microwave for 2 minutes with water, and take it out. It's steaming hot, and just you put the figure in there, whatever part, even to loosen up the figure. I do that.
Oh,
It's
that's
it's
what's up. Well, I'll have to
it's
keep that.
makes life a
I've,
lot easier.
it's another vote of confidence that it's easy to do. And not that I don't believe everybody saying it's easy. It's just basically now I've got my hands on another 2-pack. So like if I break Quick Kick, I technically have another one and whatever. But I think he'll look like an amazing figure. I actually almost want to put the shirt on and give him a different head because the rest of it looks so cool. So uh, Figure Fan Samurai says just running it under hot water for a few seconds mostly works. I think for GI Joes, I think that's where it's at. Colel says, excuse me, Hot Toys. I grab the ones that make me
Yeah.
say, "Oh my god," excuse me. I grab the ones that make me say, "Wow." I know it's just I'm having coffee a little too late.
Yeah. No, Hot Toys are like, I got into it about 3 years ago, and of course I went in deep. The first I did a trade and I got 3 Star Wars Hot Toys, and that really started the collection. And now it's like I didn't know, like I struggle to display stuff. I have too many. I'd buy too much stuff. That's the problem I have. But like finally behind me, I was able to get like Superman. I had the Harley Quinn, 2 Harley Quinns, Wonder Woman, Flash, and the part you can't see is I had like 3 Iron Mans, a Rescue, and then I have like 4 Spider-Mans Hot Toys. I need to get a Batman. That I feel like I need a Batman Hot Toys because that's probably the next one I'm going to buy because I don't have one.
Is
And
it Hot Toys? Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I was just saying I'm more of a DC nut than Marvel, honestly. So
Okay, that's cool. There's
yeah.
a Batman floating around right now. I've seen a couple people that have it. I think it's a hot toy. It's that light blue version, right? He's got the gray body with the very light blue cape.
Okay.
God, I think that's a hot toy, but it is awesome. That is actually a fantastic one. Colel says Bruce Lee was always wearing his shirt off all the time. I agree. That's actually true.
He was. That's true.
R.A. Rain in the house. What's up, my dude? So, real quick, my brother R.A. has written a amazing GI Joe book. It's called GI Joe Protocol. We are going to be launching that this week, I believe. You can see him on Destro as my spirit animal this coming week, and I'm sure everybody will have some kind of a date for you there. He was on the show last week. I'm also going to have him on next week when the book is officially launching, just to kind of get it out there. So you know me, it's about community. Definitely trying to get. I would help just about anybody, but it just so happens that our brother here has written a really great book. Like, I know within the first couple pages if it's going to be something that I want to read or not, and I'm almost never wrong about that. And I would say by the end of the second page, I was like, nope, he's got it. He understands the direction I would like to see this go in and everything. And I plugged through and haven't been disappointed. So I'm going to be writing a nice little blurb for that. And we'll be getting it out there. So that's what's up. But yeah, RA, welcome in the house. We got G.I. Joe Guy 84, who's my brother Conrad Hauser. Thanks for coming through, my dude. I appreciate it. Actually, I'm pretty sure we talked about it, but Conrad is going to be on next week. We're going to chat with him. He's got an encyclopedic knowledge of the cartoons, the comic books, the figures, like all of it, like an insane. Him and my brother Jeremy, they just can, like. Jeremy's one of those guys that can look at a figure and go, oh, that's the legs from so and so, that's the arms from this person, that's the whoever buck, and oh, they reused the blah 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 for the neck, like all that crazy shit. It's like almost like a Terminator doing a diagnostic scan on somebody as soon as it walks in. It's just absolutely crazy. So well, listen, Abhi, you got that other show tonight, so I want to get you out of here. You can go take a break while you've been on screen. I'm incredibly thankful that you spent the time to come here.
Thank you for having me on, for sure.
Absolutely.
This was a lot of fun.
Yep, truly my pleasure. I wanted everybody that's in here, I think I've said it a few times, a lot of my brethren in the comments are not on other social media. So there's, I know they've come over and I know that they've seen me on the open mic night. I'm sure that they all tuned in from when I was on Plastic Journey. But even more so, we get to see here, we get to hear you rap more about your plastic journey. So I can't thank you enough for stopping in, but also I can't thank you enough for also doing again, like what I thought it would be great if we had, right? If we had community around our love for these toys. Now, this little group, obviously it's more, we're G.I. Joe centered, right? But
yeah,
anybody that's about collecting and enjoying this type of shit, it's all the same, right? We're here like a universal thing, like we're talking about customizing stuff or doing things. It's like, hey,
the thing is, it's open to everything. People who show up on open mic nights, they're not just GI Joe collectors. They collect a little bit of everything. You got GI Joe collectors, you got Valorverse collectors, you have Savage Crucible collectors. I mean, most of them own multiple lines in general, right? Most of us do that anyway. Hasbro stuff like Marvel Legends as well. Then you have the 1/6 collectors too, like Hot Toys. So there's always open, and it's always fun when you enable someone into a new line. And
Definitely.
I love those messages, honestly. Like when, because we are the king of giveaways. We do a shit ton of
Oh,
giveaways for, especially
yes.
for our members, but even on like random shows, we'll throw out a giveaway for funsies.
The
Um,
show that you had for 2K subscribers, you gave away 48 figures, right?
no,
I
no,
believe
no, 42 figures.
42. Okay, 42 figures. And guys, these weren't just Ross-Con figures.
Oh,
These were like legit awesome figures. So for sure, that's
yeah,
fucking awesome.
yeah. No,
Nice.
every figure. I mean, it has to like we've done a giveaway party twice now. The first one was to hit the 1,000. We gave away 21, and you go big or go home. So
That's
the
what's
second
up.
one we did, you got to double it, right? So 42. And again, it's just not just my figures, right? There was a lot of people from the community who donated too, and that was the best part about it. Like
That's what's up.
people saw that, hey, we're gonna do a giveaway party. They're like, how can I get involved? I would like to
So,
donate a figure, and they
okay.
donated, and we shouted them out for it.
So
And that's the beauty about it, right? It's not it wasn't just me throwing in all this stuff. People came in and helped out.
agreed. So why I appreciate that so much is that a lot of what I did last year in trying to get a community together was I sent a lot of care packages out to people. Some
Mhm.
people, whether it was like it started with my brother CG Horror, he had run into some personal issues. And like, 'cause I was talking to him, he's the guy who set me up with the printer. And then one day I could just tell, I was like, yo, I was like, hey man, you can talk to me. It sounds like I hope everything is okay. He took the leap and was open and honest about what was going on, and so he did like the adult thing that he had to do at that time. He had to cancel some pre-orders, which was the smart
Mhm.
thing to do. And I felt terrible because I knew he enjoyed it just as much as me. So at the time, I was only able to put together like a dark lawn, some stickers and some other stuff. But I was like, hey, at least you get to open something. You get the thing, and maybe I'll try to get you like another one in. And it really helped him in a very positive way. And he was
Yeah.
nice enough to be open and honest with people on the timeline about it. And so we were all able to see the unbelievably positive effects by just doing what is so little effort to one person to do could literally mean the motherfucking world to somebody else. And so I like to, I kind of went about that where anytime I could kind of got an idea that somebody was maybe struggling, whether it was personally or maybe financially, you
Mhm.
send them a little something. Opening and seeing a GI Joe there really had like did a ton of shit. And then actually right around Christmas time, I was like, hey, if there's anybody out there that's struggling and Christmas is in jeopardy, reach out and maybe we can help you with something. And sure enough, somebody in the community who I told them to remain nameless, just take it and you can enjoy it without feeling like you are being looked at or judged or anything. And the community came together and we sent that guy $700. Um,
That's
you know,
awesome.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
great.
I mean,
Yeah.
he was, so thankful in the
Yeah,
chat in the
that's what exactly the community should be all about, man. I mean, again, like I've seen the toy community come in and help out and support each other in so many different ways. It's a beautiful thing. When you remove the bullshit, you remove the chaos. There's a lot of people out there who don't want to deal with it either, and they just want to have fun, talk toys, and support each other.
a
And
hundred
I just
percent.
feel like we avoid, again, there's a lot of people who talk trash, and that's the trolls on the internet out there. But like you said, the internet sucks. It's true,
Right.
it does.
And
You have a lot of keyboard warriors out there, and but what we're doing here on Figure Fight Club is, I want to say it's different because we're meeting up at shows, we're getting
yes,
together at shows, and you know the next big show that we're going to try to, like Toylana, is next week. We're gonna meet there. There's a bunch of us who are showing up, who show up on open mic nights, and we're gonna get together, have fun, hang out, and talk toys in person.
that's
That's
awesome
the beauty about it. Yeah. So
for sure.
like it's full relationships that you're building with people across the board, and I love that.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Well, dude, I've been very vocal about how much I appreciate that. You're doing that, and it's making the toy community better. You can see it when the people come on. they all respect and love what Figure Fight Club is and how much all of your guests basically say the same thing. So I really appreciate it. And dude, believe me, I'm terrible at this. So I'm gonna get you out of here. Otherwise, I will talk you right up till 11 o'clock. So
No worries. We're good. We're good.
nice. So
Yeah.
thank you again. You will see me on Tuesday. I will come through if you've got time on Monday. Swing in. You'll see Mr. RA here in the chat and myself, probably Birdman over on Destro is my spirit animal. We'll be ranking the vehicles for 85. But yeah, again tonight, Abhi's going to be over on the Men on Film, which starts at 11. So when we're wrapped up, you guys can take a look over there. Talib, thank you for coming through. Appreciate it.
That's going to be on Talib's channel. So Talib 1980 _ collects. Yeah.
There we go. You all see that in the comments. You could write that down right in there. And so, yeah, but I will see you on Tuesday at open mic night again, my brother. And again, thank you so much for being awesome and coming through.
Thank you for having me. This was a lot of fun.
Absolutely. All right, my brother. Have a good night.
You too. Good night, guys.
All right, later. All right. I think you got to hit the button.
I mean, if I hit it, it's going to log us out, but I could do that.
I think it just logs you out.
Oh, okay. All right. Peace.
I think so. All right. Thanks, brother. There we go. All right. Thank you all for hanging. I want to go just a little bit longer, but you gotta give me 1 second. I gotta run upstairs. I don't know if you can hear it. My sinuses are raging right now, and if I don't get something to put in here, I'm not gonna make it. So just give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. Enjoy. I should get something better to put here to look at when I'm out of the way. All right. Thank you for putting up with that, y'all. Really appreciate it. Yeah, so I have allergies to mostly, it's literally, and I know this sounds crazy, but it's like dust, right? Any kind of something like that makes me absolutely, I call dibs on the dial. Nice. Definitely. I would love to build you something and send it, my brother. That's for sure. Let's see. There we go. All right. So, yeah, my allergies are ridiculous. And shout out to Abhi. Thank you so much for coming, brother. That was fantastic. I had a blast. And I don't know what kicked it off tonight, but about 20 minutes in, I started to feel it, and I was like, oh man, I should go and fucking grab something. I have to take this shit. Like right now, I just took 800 milligrams of ibuprofen, and then I take this Sudafed maximum strength pressure and pain, because right here, all the way up to the top of my head, bro, will just be completely fucked. Like you have no idea. It's so unbelievable. Yep. Thank you for having me on. Yep. Pleasure is all mine, my dude. Thank you so much. And I will roll over to Men on Film when I'm off here for a hot second, see what y'all are talking about. So yeah, it's I can feel it. It went from not that bad to all of a sudden all right here and all around my head. I feel like somebody is squeezing my fucking face. So let's see. What did I have planned for afterwards? I got to be honest with you. I did not. Yeah. Well, I'll just say again to reiterate to everybody to make sure that you are getting up with Figure Fight Club in one way or the other, right? Whether you can be on Instagram, you can go to their YouTube page. They do all kinds of shit, and it's great, dudes. And I encourage everybody to go check out the open mic night. Like you can literally go and hop on, show off your latest grabs. There's so much stuff that you can do. It's really great. And for anybody that wants to, you ever try a nasal rinse? Oh yeah, GI Joe guy Conrad says yes. It to get me uncongested, I had done that before, but the problem is like my it's it, it's just a trigger of the it's not even necessarily to kind of clean me out, but it's just like, oh my god, it's ridiculous. Like I can't tell, like I'm like nauseous now. But maybe nasal rinses do. My brother got the dust allergy thing, gotta change the air filter once a month for him to survive. Listen, it is the most dilapidating thing. Like I shit you not, sometimes I wake up with it and it's so bad that I have to get up, take the medicine, and like lay down in bed for at least I remember one time it went on for like almost a whole day, and that's when I finally went and I found that this Sudafed pressure and pain shit. So yeah, 2 of these and 800 milligrams of freaking ibuprofen. Like, oh my god, it's just so insane. Do 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 do. So that's what I wanted to talk to Abhi about. He mentioned last night on his show that he has a Mezco Firefly. So I want possibly listen. Ever since I got that, Paul was so generous at the toy chamber, so generous to send me that Mezco Destro. I see having it in hand, like I knew it was going to be awesome, but having it in hand, I all of a sudden was like, oh my god, that Firefly. I got to get that Firefly. What's funny is I actually saw that Firefly pop up on Yojo Collectibles. He's on Instagram, he's on Facebook. Fantastic. He puts out like 2 amazing shots a day. I don't know how he does it. Anyway, he had that Firefly in a series of shots. And I remember the first time I saw it, I was like, why does that look? I was like, oh, that he must have customized that. That's what happened. And it's not that he customized it, it's the Mezco. It's got the soft goods, the colors look so vibrant and awesome. I just was like, dude, what in the motherfucking hell? Let's see. I am looking around for something to open. And ooh, should I open a Royal Guard? I haven't opened one of those yet. I think I should open a Royal Guard. Let's see. I've got 60th anniversary. 60. I have one of those. Kalal says I have one of those. It's amazing. Well, listen, yeah. Snow Leopard says come back anytime at Figure Fight Club. Great chat. I agree. Open door policy, Abhi. Anytime you want to come on, just fucking be like, oh hey, even if Figure Fight Club is just, I know we talked about there's some stuff that's coming up. I'd love to have you and the boys, or just you come on and you could tell us all about the show. We can kick it off properly for sure. Kalal says I have one of those. It's amazing. I'm assuming you're talking about the Firefly. Yeah, man. I don't know. I'm surprised that I waited as long as I did on all that. I think, it's that, like, I have no problem. You figure I buy 4 or 5 figures at once, I could get the Firefly. But for some reason, when I look at it, I'm like, oh, look at all that cost. And for some, it's just a mind game. Like I gotta find a way to get over that. So, couple things. So I opened this on Figure Fight Club, and I'm just going to kind of go over this with y'all real quick. So this is my second Monster Force figure, and I'm going to be honest with you, I'm quite smitten. These are fucking absolutely figures. My Night Viper just arrived. Figure Fan Samurai, that's awesome, brother. I'm happy for you. This just arrived, and man, the only problem that I've been having is getting this the chest rig stuff to stay on, but that's because I know I gotta get it, whatchamacallit. I gotta warm this shit up so I can get it on there. Am I missing something? Oh, there it is. So it's probably one of my favorite parts is that it comes with 2 different pieces here. So that one right there is like a full-on assault loadout, because it just looks like it's nothing but ammo in all the different types and everything that's in there. But this one here is more of like a straight up like utility loadout. Hold on, let me see if I can get this in here without it being. Yeah, this is the trouble that I have. I can't. This is the one that was in there, and I should have just left it in. But yeah, I love that one. So it's got the scissors, and if you look, there's a spot right in there that when it's in all the way, I can put. I think it's this little guy because he comes with two sidearms. One of them goes on his leg pouch. Oh, right. And then this little guy. Oh, mother effer. Sorry, y'all. There it goes. Okay. So the chest rig goes on like so. I'm just going to do this with a hand. And then boom. He could put his sidearm right there. How fucking awesome is that, right? I think that's fantastic. So I really like the way that rolls. The gold touches on like the carbiners, little something here. He's got it in the mask. He's got it there. I think it's fantastic. Now, Abhi does have a good point that it is obviously a little bit pricey, but man, I can't help but feel like I'm getting my return. You know, it's like you ever go out and you get a steak meal and it was $35, but when you get it, you're like, oh, dude, yeah, no, this is totally worth it. And also, so the uppers are also you can put different stuff. I think it's just ridiculously amazing. So like when you have the chest rig off, you don't have to put a big thing on there. You can go like this, right? I can just put right here a small pouch. So instead of having that full loadout like across here, I've got a bunch of these little guys. Like look at this little pouch right here with the gold button on it. There, so I can go like that, right? So he doesn't have the full thing. You can get the use of the straps and the belts in there. Dude, it's just fucking awesome. It's just really fucking awesome. The shit that you put on this, like here, you can customize each side. That will come off. I'm pretty sure that. Nope, that's all one piece. But if you take that off, he's got a thing he can snap stuff in. But they even have stuff like this, right? So here, I'm just going to show you real quick. So like here, you can go like this and put, oh damn. You put that on there and I can have his walkie-talkie. And then he also had, oh man, hopefully I didn't fucking lose this part. He's got a, what do you call it? Oh no. Did I lose it already? Because it definitely wasn't on here. So there was another part where it's the talking part. Cal knows what I'm talking about. Like so Cal, on your uniform you'd have the actual walkie-talkie, but then there's the cord with the thing that goes up here where you're actually talking to it. He came with that thing, and suddenly your boy can't find it because obviously I can't. This is why I can't have nice things. You bastard. Well, I will be supremely bummed out because I actually love that. When I just took the figure out, I realized that there was nothing in that spot. And I was like, oh, I was pretty sure I put them away with something on. And your dude can't find it. Oh, no. Well, that's not ideal. And I'm sorry that you have to sit here and watch me fumfer around through this shit looking for something that I'm probably not going to find. But anyway, that is the God, that's depressing. This is the figure. And you know the playability of being able to switch the pouches and stuff on here, it's just really what makes it cool. Yes, the shoulder mic, thank you, Cal. And rock lockdown, thank you. Yeah, the mic, I don't know where the hell it went, because it would be cool. Yeah, damn, because it would be cool to have the receiver down here and then have the mic part up there. Cocksucker. Well, I'm just gonna hope that maybe it's in here because I had them both out at the same time. This is the other Monster Force figure. All right, sorry, y'all. I'm not gonna keep going in there. But this one is just these were the first two. So that from Mos Mind was the one that turned me on to these, and so I remember going and looking, and I wasn't sure between these two which one I wanted to get, and ultimately I went with this one first, just because this riot shield face mask thing is just too ridiculous. But this was the other one, and I really didn't know which one I wanted. So thankful because BBTS is awesome. They put me in basically it was a buy one get one free situation because like I've said multiple times in the past 2 weeks that the Scar rifle broke, and then they sent me a full refund, and so there now I've got both of these guys, and I have a feeling that I have a box of old Motorola ones at work if you need one. Might be a little big. Yeah, I mean, hey, look, I mean, we could put it on. Actually, at this point, I want to do it just for fun, just to, if we could put the big, it would be like the size of his head. But I think that would be funny. But y'all, these are crazy figures. What I want to do with these guys, everybody remember that video game Army of Two? It was fucking awesome. They had those metal masks and shit. And these are the vibes I'm getting with these two here, right? I feel like you could put the assault loadout on them both and just have them go to fucking town. Now, this guy here, he came with now this didn't come broken. I put this in the thing, not I want to use a gridiron sleeve, so this didn't happen, but he comes with this crossbow, which I mean, I don't know. And he comes with this nice little this can go on his leg. So like this over here. So if he's out here trying to be stealthy and quiet, this goes on. I can put that on his leg. So it almost looks like more like a bolt than an arrow, but you know what I mean. But this is actually dope as fuck. If you look at the details on that, it's actually pretty cool. So the way I was looking at it was, okay, if they're a team, this guy takes point with the stealth weapon, and then you got homeboy coming with the heavy gear behind it. Something that I was looking at was, so this gridiron loadout that I have for the trench viper, the chain gun with the backpack, the color and everything, I thought would look really cool on there. But then I remembered that my brother Jeremy sent me these fucking man, I don't know where they are. They're these amazing machine guns that one of them is still in the kit and I have to take out and put together, and one of them was perfect, but I dropped it and the handle broke off. I've got to fix it. But they were ones that a Gatling gun that I could actually wind. You take the barrel, you wind it up, and then it spins on its own. I'm surprised I haven't put that in a picture yet. Spirit should have come with something like that, like his original weapon. Yes. Now, personally, I couldn't believe that they didn't want to do. Wait, did he not come with that? What the hell did he come with? Hold on. I thought he came with something that was similar. Where did my man? Where is Spirit? Where the fuck did he go? Oh man. Nope. I don't even know where the fuck Spirit is. Son of a bitch. No, that's not him. Nope. Huh. Man, I gotta label this shit better. I got bins and bins and bins, and I can't fucking find anything. Huh. Son of a bitch. I thought he was right here. He was right there. Sorry, y'all. I know you're probably like, I can't believe this dude is off the street again. But no, he was, Spirit was supposed to be right here. Man. Holy hell. I've lost my spirit in the sky. I don't know where the hell he is. Oh, wait, well, I got one in the box. Should also be right here somewhere. Okay. Sorry, y'all. So yeah, I couldn't find the. Oh, right, Cal. He comes with that right there. Would have made sense for the character. So yeah, you know what, bro? I honestly can't believe that I didn't realize that. Why the fuck didn't they make? Why didn't they make one? So even as a kid, I remember thinking, because you're like, arrows. This is a laser fight, for crying out loud. What are we doing with these arrows? And I don't know how that got out of the picture. These are supposed to be way over here. I don't know why they wouldn't make that, because even as a kid, even though they were arrows, that gun was dope as fuck, right? Wasn't that awesome? Like, granted, again, arrows. I don't know, man. I always thought that was one of the best of the line. Yeesh, man. I don't know what to say about that. So yeah, I'm supremely disappointed that I don't know what it is. So if you figure the the first Monster Force that I ordered from BBTS came with the broken barrel. And then this one came and I broke this, right? And then now it appears that I may have lost this other thing. Oh, they come with some dope blast effects too. Yeah, that's pretty dope. But listen, man, these are like a home fucking run for me. I'm almost certainly going to go back and get the one. Our brother Mark Potter made the God damn it. Mark Potter got the one today. I don't know if you saw, he had a picture of it out today. It was the Phantom Cores, traditional green camo. It comes with like the master key. Dude, it just looks amazing. Like an incredible one. 84 OG had a rifle that fired arrows. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. That arrow gun was the shit when I was a kid. I love that thing. Agreed, Cal. I mean, even though it was arrows, it just looked supremely awesome. Like it was legit the coolest fucking thing. Man, I can't stress to you guys enough how bummed I am that I don't have that fucking oh, what did you call it, Cal? The shoulder mic. Man, that is some bullshit. And look at that little blank piece. I don't know where the hell that thing's supposed to go. Like on his person. That's just some weird shit. But I love the loadouts that you can put across the chest. I think that that's incredible. They come with a bunch of hands. This one, you can't really put anything in that one, but I think it just looks cool. Like you could put it on hand on somebody's shoulder, but at least just the bottom line is that you have fucking options, right? Oh, one of those sheaths is for the knife too. Okay. Also, that's really dope knife. Very like a K-bar. It's got that K-bar handle, right? With those streams in it, and then boop. That was probably the mic. Yeah, I don't know what the hell happened. I always imagined that they were trank darts. Oh, right. 100%, brother. 100%. So I'm actually going to get a gridiron card for these two weapons here so they don't get fucked up. Because this guy comes with a very Crimson Guard-esque with the bayonet on the back. The color is amazing. I think it looks good. Hold on, I got to get a card. Man. I'm going to be searching all over the ground for that microphone piece because I bet my fucking ass that it's somewhere around here. Oh, look at what I just found. A Night Viper backpack on the ground. So I put all my Night Vipers in a tote, and looks like I dropped one of those backpacks. I just cleaned it here the other day too. I don't know how the hell I missed that. So y'all, I will be doing a studio tour soon. One of these days, I've got it cleaned up in a nice at Popcorn Frenzy. It's a nice rifle. It is, isn't it? And I'm just gonna stick this jammy in here now. Yeah, I wanted to do a studio tour so I could show everybody what I'm messing with. Now we saw some shots. Our brother Cal shared some shots of what he's trying to get his 3 3/4 display set up and looking good. Can't wait to see that. I know it's gonna be fucking dope. Our brother Michael Munn, Dreadnought Reviews, he's been showing more pictures of his. That dude, I think, has like 2 rooms, or at least that one room that's fucking enormous. It almost looks like the living room with that one bay window in it. Crazy. Looks fantastic. Always made, Cal says, always made that they were explosive tip for breaching, Popcorn Frenzy, and Tranks. He could switch them out. Now you're thinking. Or even like, kind of like in the way that like Scarlet on hers, she had different arrows that would do different things, or Lady J had different spears that were like tipped, that she would throw and shit like that. So yeah, that was pretty dope. But man, while I'm sitting here, before I move on, I'm just going to give a quick scan to see if I actually accidentally put the mic in with the other guy. That's how awesome it looked and how fucking mad I am. So I gave this guy, I'll tell you, one thing that's disappointing is I can't really do much with the backpacks. So the holes on here are huge. She's a gaper, and I don't know why. That'll sit in there, but I think he looks pretty dope. Although they just seem like assault fellas. I don't think they really are going to be like trekking through the desert. They're geared to kick a door in. So note once again, nope. Oh, and just look at the detail on these hands. So the other one doesn't quite have these, but look at the padded knuckles on that. How fucking awesome is that? That's that shit right there, y'all. fucking good lord. This guy also has something similar with the tactical loadout, like that. I think that looks fantastic. Yeah, shit. Yeah, this guy comes with the walkie, but he did not have the shoulder mic. Only this guy did, and I can't find it. Should I call BBTS and be like, "Hey guys, I broke the crossbow. I broke the crossbow and the whatchamacallit." No, I'm not gonna do that. Sap gloves. That's it. Oh, I knew I couldn't think of that. So as much as I love this head, it comes with this, which would make him look much more teammate-ish with this guy. So when I do a shoot, I might put this one on just so they look like the kind of the same thing. But that's why I really enjoy this one, because see how he's got that gold paint that's like a little smeared on there. Oh man, it just looks like I keep on to say apocalypto, but you know what I mean. Just like a crazed apocalypto guy. How awesome was that movie, huh? I was flipping through the other day, and it was on one of the Hulu stations, and I threw it on for a minute, and I was like, man, totally forgot how freaking awesome that this movie is. It's just insane. Subtitle stuff can be difficult, especially if you're just trying to relax at the end of the night. You know what I mean? But that movie's fucking awesome. All right, y'all. So I am gonna open some shit, and I think what I want to open is a Royal Guard. What do y'all think? You want to see me open a Royal Guard? I mean, not that you have much of a choice, but I don't want to feel like I'm forcing you into it. But I think I'm gonna open a Royal Guard because I haven't opened one of those yet, and it's about time. Oh, so I am looking to get more range vipers. So if there is anybody out there that has range vipers, I'm gonna I have a in the box claw, and I have a still in the package set of Valkyries. And if there's anybody that wants to trade some kind of combination, I'm definitely looking for Twilight Guard and range vipers. I did secure another one of these, so I have two, but they're just phenomenal. The soft goods cape. It's the more I keep looking at them, I I don't want to overpay. Somebody had one. It was just this guy, $35, and I'm like, I can't do it. I just can't do it. Figure Fan Samurai says Royal Guard, let's go. He also says, yeah, it's a classic movie. Keep you on the edge of your seat. That's what's up, brother. Fuck yeah. Big Red says, I was thinking Steel Brigade with the blue and gold. Yes, as a matter of fact. And you want to know what sucks, Big Red, is I brought that figure upstairs. I was going to use it. I was going to cut some diorama stuff. A while back, I told Country Gentleman that I was going to make him a small little diorama piece, and I've been busy, and I haven't gotten around to doing it. But I actually grabbed him. Yes, Big Red, that is an amazing call. He does look awfully Steel Brigade green, that blue and gold. It's very similar. It's almost identical, to be honest with you. But this one, man, it's the trooper body, right? Trooper webbing. He's got like a special connotative arm band there that makes it look, like he's definitely something special. The freaking soft goods cape, I think it feels like this is down a little bit. Let me pull that up a little more. There we go. It hangs just right. You put the sword on him on this side. I'm gonna do, Cobra Commander in the middle, and then I'm gonna have this guy, and on this side I'll have the cape like this. But when I put him on the other side, I'm gonna turn the cape around, right? Actually, spoiler, just how R.A. Rain described it in his book, G.I. Joe Protocol. He describes it. I have one guy on this side with the cape this way, and then the other guy have the cape going the other way. And I think that will make for a great picture. I mean, again, the iconic trooper body, right? I think the legs are a little different because they look a little beefier. I like how they've got these high boots. The color is dope. If you look, he's got like the what do you call it? The bridge protector, and you can see it's got the strap that wraps around. Now, I honestly want to. If you look, you see the strap that holds that foot guard that holds it onto the boot. I think I want to hit that little part there with some kind of paint so you can see it. Yeah, man, this is just an amazing figure. Oh, and of course, the Crimson Guard head, right? Forget it. Now, it is a little shiny, and it doesn't necessarily look battle ready, but I don't think that's the point of this figure, right? I think it does say, elite soldier, et cetera, but it's a lot of ceremony here. He's got soft goods on. And if you've seen how I use them in the very last Arctic shot that I had done, this guy shows up with a range viper to usher along the refining of the chemicals and the loading of the Atlas. Now, in the last minute, I kind of had said that they weren't going to be able to take the Atlas. They were afraid of the shipment being attacked by the Joes. So they're going to send in the Rattler so the Baroness can secure the thing. Unfortunately, all the snow has melted outside. So I have to find a way to to work my way through that story. But again, if anybody has Twilight Guards or Range Vipers, I am looking to make a trade. Okay, so one person said Royal Guard, and we're gonna go with that. So here we go. Let me go grab this motherfucker. Oh yeah. Oh wait, hold on. I feel it necessary to say that I have a Naga hide that I have not opened yet. I actually ordered a whole second. I think I paid like $15 for all of his weapons separately, which, spoiler, I'm putting on the Tiger Force Outback. That shot is coming soon. I have an idea where right there, inside the studio, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start off small. It's not going to be big, but it's going to have fucking water. And I'm going to build it till it's right. And then I think I might leave it right there. I think I can do it in a way where it's going to have, again, foliage is always my biggest problem because right now it's wintertime. The only kind of foliage that's out there are pine needles, but I could definitely trim shit. Oh, I didn't make a video because I wanted to try it first, but I did bought this thing that goes on my angle grinder, and it's going to allow me to shape long pieces of wood. And then if I hit it with like a dark stain and it brings the grain out, I think it'll look like bark. I think I may have found a way to get some trees. Now, the foliage part, again, the leaf part, that's always going to be an issue, but the hard part, for sure. So I do got a Naga hide. So before I actually take off, I'll give everybody a chance to, two, at this point, it's one for Royal Guard, none for Naga hide. But yeah, dude, this is also a dope figure. They nailed so many of these. More pets, more pets. All right, Royal Guard it is. So let's start here. Boom, boom. So if you're asking, hey, I thought you were getting into back in the review game. I am, but we're just gonna open this and take a good look at it. I'll get into all the stuff. Oh, thank you so much to everybody that watched, commented, and shared on that hit and run review. I had a lot of fun doing it. My brother Marky Potter dropped a very good bit of insight. He was very complimentary into how he thought I did the video, but he named he didn't just say, oh, it was really good and this and that. He actually brought up a few things that he said were really good and why he thought it was good, and I think that's great. Snow Leopard said maybe look into stuff for aquariums for the dio. So I actually thought about an aquarium to make the underwater scene. So I have sets of mass device divers. I have eels. I don't have a torpedo, shockingly enough. Don't have a torpedo. But I got wetsuit. I have all these fucking diving figures, and there's really no way to display them. I thought about setting up something where I could use strings so they could all just be suspended, but you would see the strings. And again, I'm not sure how I'll do it in water. There'll have to be something that holds it in position. But I feel like then it's like, oh, but then I have to have water running, do all this other shit. It's just like, okay, back burner that idea. We got other stuff to worry about. So here we go, right off the bat. The first thing I always take out is this figure. I always get that figure right out. And so the first thing when I picked up these boxes, I was like, these motherfuckers, this thing is heavy. And it's definitely all right here in the figure. And boy, wow, this is nice. So first off, soft goods. they crushed it. Now I don't know, is that supposed to be up like that, or oh no, because you got to get the wings in. Okay, so look at this guy. I think that grinning face is unbelievably creeptastic. Like I don't like that one. I'm actually gonna pop it off immediately. He looks like a caricature like if Dr. Manhattan was like a pedophile. Like that's kind of what that looks like to me. Yep, that's much better. Yep. You can remove the strings in post. Oh, right. Yeah, Cal. I'm sorry, brother. I was just saying in general for a display. Like I was gonna leave the aquarium up to have the display. But no, for sure. Then I'd have to have the filter running and the whole thing. But yes, thank you, Cal. I could definitely I actually did that with the Cobra Claw launching facility. I had the claws in staggered positions and they were all hung by a string. So that's what's up there. All right, so this soft good is huge. It's a nice color. It flows pretty good. Like it's like if I go, I can make it. I could put a little wind effect to something and have the soft goods because nothing makes a soft good look as good as when it's actually naturally being moved by some wind. So we've got big chest plate here. It's good advice that I have no idea how to do. How many Royal Guards did Destro buy? What's up? What's up, my brother? How are you? Edward Gary. I have four. And I think that's gonna be it. I know, see, Night Viper's an all-timer for me, so I went a little crazy there. But yep, there we go. So these shin guards looking good. All right. Now, right off the rip, I can already tell you that this blue head ain't gonna get no run with me. They've got these two other helmets here that are ridiculous. Now, the one thing that I'm seeing, oh, where'd it go? How many times do I do this in the show? Drop shit. So they have two very distinct heads. This is a very fantasy driven, big, maybe you have that, maybe he's the leader. In which case I would need another one to have 4 regular. And then we got this guy here. Now, what I do like is that for all the craziness that this is, it appears that they have some kind of like a communicator, right? So even though this is some kind of a crazy ass head, yeah. All right. So we're going to take that other head off for real, y'all. How fucking creepy is that? Get that thing out of here. What were they thinking? So I'm going to put this one on. Right? I don't know how much I like. This just reminds me. You ever see Pacific Rim in the very beginning? The kaiju that they fight. He's got that big ass thing sticking out of his forehead like that, like a fucking some kind of a twisted unicorn. That's what that reminds me of. The Royal Guard head gives me engineer vibes from the Aliens movie. Ooh, Cal. So there was definitely something in the back of my head that I could not put my finger on, and I think that is it. Fucking A. Wow, Cal, I like that. So here we go. We're gonna put this one on. See, now we're talking. That even looks a little more proportionate, right? I think that the other head looked real small. So they do have what is in essence a sidearm. Okay, I'll take it. And they do have, so they are keeping this kind of aspect to it where they're not nice sidearm. They're not completely organic. So my brother Jay Antonio had taken a picture of putting these wings up to the light, and I have to say it looked quite cool. So here we go. I've heard some people talking some schmack. Where do these go? Do you got to take this thing off to put the wings on? Is that what it is? Because they got to go like that, and then you don't have that part no more. Is that what it is? All right. So I've got to take the shoulder strap off. Again, I'm not going into too much detail because I'll probably do that in a review. But yeah, there we go. Okay, there's one. Not gonna lie, I really like the idea. Oh wait, do I lose the? Okay, hold on. So there's a weird thing on the cape that I have to go like this and then pop that bitch into there so the cape can stay on with the wings. I can already see. I remember some people complained about having a hard time getting the wings to stay on, and so far it's, I can see how it could be challenging trying to get the soft good to stay on there a little bit, but So it's not very, after ranting on Cobra La and that whole writing a whole article to rant on Cobra La, this is pretty awesome, right? I think I can still think Cobra La sucked balls in the movie and still think that that is pretty fucking cool. Let's see real quick. So we've got all kinds of crazy accessories. Right here we've got, oh, so it looks like a different set of shoulder pads, like a big beefier set, but it looks like you can't really have the shoulder pads if you want the wings. So there is divots up top, and this would click on, but it appears that it would be, oh wait, maybe I can put it back on after I put the wing in. Oh wow, okay. Get the fuck out, man. This is some fly ass shit, bro. Fuck. Hold on, let me get this on. Okay. Am I not in the right spot? Is that backwards? Oh, hold on. I think I got it on backwards. So if I put this on like this, I'm sorry, y'all. I know this is terrible because you can't see what I'm doing. So the shoulder pads are longer on one side than the other, and it almost looks like, okay, so if I put it on this way and have the long part going over the back, it actually covers the wing, but not in a bad way. So there's that. And okay, there we go. So, y'all, now that does force them out like that, but I'm going to be honest with you. Man, do I have that on backwards? Because it looks like if I try to do it the other way, I know this is probably awful, but check that out. Okay, let me see if I can get that on right. Doesn't seem to want to necessarily go in that way as much, and it looks weird, but I got to try. Okay. All right, that doesn't allow you to bring. Okay, there we go. I honestly don't know if I'm doing this right or not, but there. So now I got the shoulder. Wow. Woo, doggy. Look at how fucking awesome that is. Now let me grab. So from the movie itself, I believe this is what they all kind of carried. I really like the shape, but I got to be honest with you, that looks like in person. It looks like communion. It looks like the thing, whatever communion is, and the light on here isn't. It's blowing out. There is a little bit of detail. If you look at it, it looks very much like it's. It looks like it's a like you ever see that anybody's shape like obsidian into the shape into like a knife, but that's what that has that. Um, Yeah, but that pistol shoots clams at yeah, it does. It does. Hey, Cal. Oh, that's funny. Cal says the Royal Guard's head gives me engineer advice from the Alien movie. Conrad says I really like the blue head. Think it's supposed to represent a new character from the Energon universe. Okay, all right, brother. Thank you for that info. I will take your suggestion on that. Okay, there's that. That's the other big shoulder pad. It looks like he's got wrist guards that have a knife on it. Pretty dope. But let me get. Is there anything worse than getting the shit out of these packages? Like legitimately, I feel like I'm always breaking the shit. All right. So now we got this. This I think is going to be pretty dope because the way that I see it is, I should probably be warming up these hands. Is that you can get it to stand. This is like a ceremonial thing, but you can also as a usable weapon. I can go like this, right? So he's got the grip. There's some grip on it, and then I can turn this shit around, and yeah. So now he's ready for action, right? He's holding the business. He's got the grip end, business end ready to go. Like I almost bet I can chicken wing my way into having it like pointed at somebody. But the other cool thing about it is you can just go like this. I think. Come on, baby. We're gonna slide this down, and then there we go. So now, standing up, when he holds it, it's like that. So I'll just bring it up so you can see it. But that's what it looks like. Like he's holding it. It's that tall, y'all. That is fucking amazing. Is it not? Like, for real, is that not fucking awesome? So I don't think I've got the... Oh, okay. So now I see these little don't go through here. This actually goes up and over and connects on here. So I do have that on wrong, but nonetheless, look at how amazing. For a dude that really prefers the actual straight military stuff, I don't give a fuck. This is an amazing figure. Like holy hell. Like I think Abhi would have very much appreciated this, being a collector of all things, not necessarily just like the military style stuff. But this is crazy. The price is steep. I think everybody kind of agrees that the price is steep on this. But man, it's gorgeous. Soft goods. So when I look at this, I see there's a lot of action going on here, and I think it looks really good. It looks like armor. He's suited up. They kind of there's a lot of detail you can't see, like in this thigh plate. Even just here on the chest rig, like all the red has like a wave. It looks like it was shaped from something, right? Dude, Alice, it is badass, brother. It is fucking amazing. So, they popped up on Amazon. Is that where I got them first from? Or no, I saw 2 of them in Target. Couldn't believe it. I got those 2. And I was like, do I really want the ones from BBTS that are on order? And I was like, of course. In a worst case scenario, I could sell them for cost and somebody would buy them. Because they're not out everywhere. People have pre-orders, some people haven't gotten them. But yep. So now that I've got 4, I'm not gonna lie, I almost want a 5th because I would like to put, I could put this head on a 5th one and have him as like a leader and have 2 and 2. But that's why I have Pythona. Pythona is gonna go in the middle. We'll have 2 of these on each side. And I think that'll make for a killer display. Like, so I have a spot right there. The only thing I really have displayed is this run of shit up here, which is the Hiss, the 788 fire team, and then the Trench Vipers with some of the blue, which is kind of like their figures that are up. I have all my G.I. Joe stuff, my Mos Mind stuff, but I don't have any figures up here. The Awe Striker, the Vamp. There's no real figures set up here. And then I just the Atlas is here for display. I have all this ridiculous because I just think it looks cool. But the only other real figures I have on display is I have all my Python Patrol over there from when I did that giant photo shoot. I have to decide if I want to keep that or not. I was hoping that this week I would actually be able to go buy, because I don't know if you see, I've got 1, 2, 3. I need to have that here and there as well. And they'll all line up and it'll be almost like a horseshoe. And then I have a small table, a decent sized table with some other stuff on it. That's where all my customization stuff is going to be. What I really want is a wraparound, almost like a horseshoe display. So Big Red says, very cool figure, but it seems like a sorry, brother. A Mode 2 figure. Dude, that is absolutely not a crazy thing to say. In fact, I would say that that's relatively accurate. Hold on, I just got to go get a bag for all these extras. Red, I would say that that's pretty accurate, my brother. It definitely has that fantasy element to it, 100%. Especially when you're looking at like the blue head, for sure. Couldn't agree more. If we didn't have it, as like if it wasn't in the movie, it would be very hard to accept this as G.I. Joe, right? If it wasn't in the movie, it wouldn't be G.I. Joe. It would just be some crazy ass fucking thing. But man, that is legit. That is legit awesome. I absolutely love it. That is fantastic. Let me ask y'all, what did you think? Number one, if you have a Royal Guard, what are your thoughts? But also number 2, who else do you want to see in it come out from Cobra La? Like, obviously we've got Big Glob. I can't remember who said that in the timeline the other day. I'm still fucking howling of it. But we got Big Glob, that's going to come out. it would be dope to think that they're gonna drop him with that big nutsack looking thing that he has his whatchamacallits in. I think that would really be awesome. Damn, am I doing this right? Okay, I am. I think Big Lob would be dope. Um, I not that many people who got Nemesis Enforcer. Did anybody get that fucking thing? I mean, obviously people did, but I don't ever see them in pictures. I know I think CG got him. I remember seeing he sent me a picture of him of CG sent one, but who else has got who else has got Nemesis Enforcer? Fuck, I need my glasses. Dude, I don't know if there's a saying that gets uttered over the course of a week more than, oh my god, I need my glasses. Actually, that's not true. I would say the saying that comes out that I utter over the course of the week has to be almost solely because it's work related. I most certainly have to say, are you kidding me? I find that I say that like quite fucking often. And that kind of wraps up mostly like, whether somebody like, if I'm be working on something and I have to like, oh, in order to get this to work, I got to take the drawer out and do like this whole part again after I just got the drawer back in the slide or whatever. And I'll be like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, all right, so there. Now I got the cape. I got the cape back in right. Now the only thing is I have to make sure that I can get the wings back in the way that I wanted them to be. It looks like that I can. I just got to scoot that soft gut over. All right. So I fixed the cape. We got the wings back. Now the cape is proper length. Before it was all the way down. So now I've got the cape up underneath those shoulder pads. So if I wanted to, I could go like this, sort of like the Crimson Guard, and bring it up whatever side he's holding his staff with. I can kind of bring this up over on the one side like that. This is a fucking badass figure. The hype is real for sure. I don't like the way Nemesis Enforcer's wings look. Nobody does. I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that they're not really they really love that Nemesis Enforcer. Now everything that I've never taken the time to really check it out, but every time I see one, it looks like he's got some weird ass wings, and I'm like, what is that? Why does he have those things on? That seems crazy. Your fan Samurai says, I'm really bummed I missed Nemesis and Pythona. I'd like to think they'll re-release, but they haven't re-released Serpentor yet. Dude, there's a lot of shit that, I think everybody wishes that they would re-release. Serpentor would be one of them, especially now that he's fetching over 200 something. Oh, there's another thing that I'm kicking myself about because I think I had a chance. Now, CG Horror so graciously sent me my Serpentor, and there was something had come up, and somebody was selling one for like $140. And I could have got it, and I was like, I don't feel like trying to sell something, so I don't think I'm going to do that. And and I didn't. I passed on it, and I just again, that's one of those things that even if I didn't make money, I could have easily given it to somebody in the community at that same cost, and saved them money. This Week in Hearthstone says, I need a claw and too cheap to pay eBay prices. So, This Week in Hearthstone, I have a claw that I am trying to trade for Range Vipers or Twilight Guards. Now, the value on those is all over. See, this is where trading gets weird, right? Because it's like, oh, are we valuing our individual figures like are we going to eBay and saying, okay, this is what the claw is selling for, but but also here's what the Range Viper is selling for, and then try to do it like that. But it's I definitely want to. I didn't open the claw on purpose because I have 4 of them, and I was like, I have a hard enough time trying to display them as it is, right? 4 is a lot, and oh. Did I miss Big Red saying goodnight? If they need money, just re-release Serpentor, Vamp, Ferret, and Snowjob. 100%. Did I miss Big Red saying goodnight? Oh, I'm really bummed I missed Nemesis Enforcer. Nope, that's not. Did I miss something? Oh, all right. Well, let me scroll back here. Oh, blue pedo head. Somebody got that. Um, man, I don't know why I feel like there's a missing comment here. All right. Well, if you guys, if the somebody, yep, y'all saw it. So, Big Red, Snow Leopard, I endlessly thank you all both for your support here on the timeline with everything I do. I really can't. Oh, Big Red is out. Okay, I really can't thank you guys enough. Again, Destro Designs doesn't continue to grow without the support of everybody, and those two guys right there are they like and retweet literally everything that I put out there, and I cannot thank them enough for that. And also, brothers, I don't speak to Snow Leopard as much because our time change is different, but I definitely speak to Big Red. You know, I, I was never a really religious person, but I've always felt some kind of a connection to something, whatever's up there. And I've had some very good conversations with Big Red. Um, Listening to him talk about religion is very interesting because he thoroughly believes it, but he also has a very unique way that kind of eliminates a lot of the Bible church bullshit that pushes a lot of people away from it. He has some very interesting thoughts, for sure. I literally just picked up a Twilight Guard 2-pack for $50, RA Rain. So I had to, in order to get my second Twilight Guard, I had to bite the bullet and buy the 2-pack. Same thing. So I had traded Rock Lockdown. So graciously, I got my first Range Viper, my first Twilight Guard from him. He so graciously sent me the Range Viper as a surprise, and I was like, "What?" And immediately I was like, "Oh, I've been fucking up by not trying and going and paying a couple extra bucks to get this Range Viper because it is a primo figure." But anyway, I wanted a second Twilight Guard. I didn't want to have just one of them, although having one as like a supreme leader of all Cobra troops, I thought was cool. But then I was like, no, I need two so I can stick like Cobra Commander in the middle and have them on each side. So I saw on Facebook, or not Facebook, on eBay, somebody had, I think it was $56 shipped for the 2-pack. And I was like, send it. Uh, have to admit, I totally like the Steel Brigade guy way more than I expected. Now, because he has that helmet on, I'm actually sticking him. I have 6. Oh, they are in a great home, brother. I love them so damn much, bro, for real. That Range Viper really opened my eyes because I always just kind of saw it. I didn't have a Range Viper back in the day, and then I just started looking at it, and it started to look good. And then when I opened it out of that package, bro, it was amazing. I can't thank you enough for that. Cal says, I've been up since 3 a.m., so I'm out. Good night, everyone. Great show. Fun chat. Thank you for coming through, brother, and hanging out. I know that's a long ass day, so I greatly appreciate you taking the time to come through, and I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Thank you, my brother. We'll see you in the Twitter streets tomorrow. So yeah, the 2-pack, I was like, fuck it. And now the thing is, if they had just made the weapons that came with that 2-pack black, they were just all black, it would probably be one of the coolest things that they've fucking made. The figures are elite, right? So, like I said, I got the Steel Brigade leader. I have him now leading my grunts because grunts all have that same helmet, right? So I have 6 of those, and now I just had the Steel Corps Commander. He looks just different enough to be like, boom, there we go. He does have that blue and gold, just like Big Red said. So that does match him up to this very good. Now I'm going to keep those 2 separate. I think I'm going to rock with those as like some kind of an army up too. But yeah, so I legitimately said, oh yeah, here's the broken rifle that netted me. I think I opened it live and I remember telling everybody, yeah, see, it's missing the. Now I have it, and what I'm probably going to do is I'm probably going to take some glue and see if I can get it. Oh wait, I'm doing that. Nope, I am doing that right. It's so crazy. If you look at it, almost looks like it it'll snap together because there's like these two tiny, see them, you can't identify them as dots, but there's dots on there and there's holes here. And at first I was like, oh, I just have to put it together. I was like, I don't have my glasses on, so I'm not doing it right. And I tried to put it, but it's so crazy. I can't show it to you, but if you saw how it's fucking insane. Rock Lockdown says, in the process of rearranging my shelves, so ready to get rid of a bunch out of frustration. That's crazy. They had to give that gung ho backpack one more try. I know, for real. It's just Christ. Destro, I'll see you Monday, right? Yes, R.A. Rain, I will see you Monday. And listen, I think I'm like halfway through the book. I definitely am going to get that blurb to you, brother. We're gonna knock it out. It's going to be great. We're going to be wrapping up here in a hot minute anyway. But listen, Rock, if you're ready to make reductions, I'm more than happy to, figure something out. Because like especially if it's like you think that there's you're trying to create space. Like maybe I have two figures. No, it just however it works. Yeah, if you want to get rid of some brothers, you let me know. I'd be happy to help give them a good home and hook you up with some cashola, and you can get some new figures in the space, right? Gotta go, guys. Have to pick up the kid. Hey, brother, thank you for coming through. Greatly appreciate it. I look forward to seeing you on Monday over on Destro as my spirit animal. And then also, like I said, I want to try to get you in. You're so encyclopedic. I'd love to have you on with Conrad next week. I think that's what we're going to wind up doing. And we could talk about your book there. Because Conrad's the man. He knows everything. But yeah. So there we go. That is the Royal Guard. Now, what I'm thinking I almost want to do is open this Naugahyde too, just to get them out of the package and put them there. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to rock this out real quick, y'all. And then that's it. We're going to get out of here in a minute. But since I got it right here, I figure, fuck it. Let's knock it out of the box. Because I can just get it out, leave it here. I'll come back down in the morning and put it all away. But so here we go. I tell you, the weapons that it comes with are phenomenal. So I don't know if you heard me say it a little while ago. I actually ordered from eBay. Somebody had the rifle, the bow and arrow, and the quiver. And they had it was like $12. And so I'm actually taking it and giving that to Tiger Force Outback. This guy's going to keep his set. Look at that. Dope. Personally, not a huge fan of the color scheme on the Range Viper, but the Grim Viper paint is amazing in my opinion. So listen, call sign Smash. Thank you for coming. I understand because I absolutely did not like the color of the Range Viper when I was young. And then as I got into classifieds, I remember seeing a picture of it and going, oh man, they made it all super blue like that. I was hoping that maybe they did something different. But then I was like, oh, that's any figure that, Jesus Christ, any figure that looks that has such a polarizing color like that, you can't change it. You got to keep it. It'd be like changing the Alley Viper, right? It would be almost like not worth it. Man, I'm sorry, all this is not going as planned. But so the Range Viper though really grew on me. Now I had started seeing it and I was like, ooh, you know what? This doesn't look that bad. Like I bet if I got that figure in the house that I would absolutely love it. But then I started seeing people were charging it a freaking arm and a leg on YouTube, and I was like, man, I just can't justify spending that on one figure. It seems absolutely insane. And then so Rock Lockdown and I made a trade, and in the spirit of the community, he so generously, I don't even remember what we traded for, Rock. I think I sent a police officer and a Frag Viper for the Twilight Guard. I think that's what it was. And then the 90s Range Viper face was jacked up, classified as so menacing, and it's awesome. Yes, that is the difference there. He was the first Dreadnought I opened. Had both all of them. Oh, nice. So so you have this too. Listen, this is a phenomenal figure. I continue to get more pets, and they got another use out of this I think this is the same setup that Low Light had. Now, this is actually very cool, where you can put all the accessories to the rifle. So you have the silencer, the scope, the tripod, and then the thing itself sits in here. Personally, I think that's incredible, and it'll go right on his back because that looks awesome, right? So I definitely took all of this and put it with Tiger Force Outback, and it was something particular that I did that I didn't really have in mind until I got it in house. And when I was like, I immediately like, I don't know why, but I thought the silencer was stuck onto the rifle. So I just was like, I hadn't had this idea, but once I realized that, I came up with something to do with it, and it looks amazing. That part I'm not going to tell you because I think that's going to be a pleasant surprise. But yeah, see, so you can break down that rifle, and everything goes in this case, which will go right onto his back. So now, as he just trying to kind of wanders through, right? And what's cool is about this backpack is you go like this, but then you can also put his quiver on here, right? So it kind of rests. You can have that like that. Personally, I kind of like having the quiver just on him like this. I think that it looks fantastic. You can also, which is one of the coolest parts, is that you can get. I don't know how exactly it goes. Oh, is it like this? I know that this sits in there, and everybody knows I'm a huge fucking fan of that. Like I really, really want. I really, really like it when all of the stuff that you get can fit into the backpack and just has a place to be stored. I don't know why, but I think it's like super important. Oh wow, look at that! He's got a even smaller. He doesn't have a sidearm. What is this for? He's got like a smaller silencer that goes on. Oh, you know what? It probably goes onto this right here as one of them aiming things for the bow. Yep. So you can't really draw back on it, and that's okay. So if you stick that in there, that would go in there, and then this goes in the. I'm really not positive. Let's see. So that goes like that on the quiver. I'm really not positive how this sits in here. It doesn't look like there's an easy answer, but it's definitely something like that. Anyways, this is it goes on the compound box. Oh, thank you, thank you. This is a super cool figure. I like his hat. I feel like there's a custom. I feel like you could also, speaking of the devil, make a Chuck Norris out of this. Um, See, that makes sense. I'm in my late 20s. So a lot of the 80s and 90s throwbacks go over my head. Oh, you're in your late 20s, call sign smash. Well, that's fantastic, brother. I love to see young people coming through and enjoying it like we do because, bet your motherfucking ass, bro. We love this shit. And what we need is we need young people to be involved into the hobby. And that way, because it can't just be us old guys buying the stuff, right? We need young cats in here doing the damn thing. So that's fucking awesome, brother. I couldn't be happier that you're here. And you're over on Twitter too, right? Isn't that? I know. Hmm, that's how I loosen up the hands of my fingers. Little warm saliva, and my teeth get in right behind that first set of. Oh, wait, hold on. Which side? Okay, it's going to go on this side. Man, they don't make this easy, do they? I put this. What's crazy is I put this in the hand of. All right, I think it's got to go here. I put this in the hand of. Who was I saying? Oh, Tiger Force Outback. And it went into his hand real nice. I was like, ooh, yeah, this shit's meant to be for sure. Okay, so here we go. Mm-mm-mm. All right, well, this is proving quite a bit more difficult to get this in his hand. And I hope I'm doing it in the right place. Okay. I think it's supposed to be on the bottom. There we go. Get that draw spot back. We'll bring it up here like this. Pretty fucking awesome. We talked on Instagram this week. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I couldn't remember if it was Twitter or Instagram. Thank you so much, Call Sign Smash. He's a great figure, but he's the only Dreadnought that isn't pinless. Really? I wonder why that is. Huh. I like how he's got the one knee pad. So that must be where he's a shooter. So he's gonna have that shooting stance. I really like his boots, if I'm being honest with you. They've got that metal, it's like a metal shin guard. That's really dope. Like, I oftentimes don't get too hung up on the boots, but seriously, these are fucking awesome. And it has the pouches all over the legs. Like, I feel like if you dyed these legs black, they would make amazing commando legs or a shooter leg. This is also real dope. Definitely holds the one big Bowie knife, but it looks like it's got an extra pouch down there for God knows what. I think that's dope. That's Cobra Island roadblock boots. Is it? Yeah, that sounds right. JJ, I think you're correct. Yeah, man, those are nice. The knee pad too, really, really sweet. So another banger by the Hasbro crew. I can't really, and it also looks like, I can't tell here, but there's a little ring here that I can't help but notice. I feel like I might be able to get his finger in there. I wonder, it's got to be what it is. I mean, I don't know why else they would have that on there, but I can't quite. Let me see here. I mean, it's got to go on there. There's no way they put this fucking hook in here just to. Does his finger not fit? You can't be for real on that. They put that little loop there and they don't allow his finger to go through. All right, you know what? I'm gonna loosen it up and then go like this. I haven't looked in a second. Somebody's probably telling me in the chat, like, no, you fucking idiot. You gotta, let's see. There we go. I'd have to really mess with that, I think, to get that to sit right. And God forbid, try to actually pull it. Yeah, I'd have to take a lot of time opposing this, and I feel like all I'm doing is warping this plastic into shit. It's really so I had gotten, like I said, I bought a set of these. It was this, and the quiver, and I feel like it was, God, so much sturdier than this. You know what I mean? I feel like this is like brutally. Yeah, no, that's not it. It would definitely go on the other way. Okay. Well, it looks pretty good. I like how there's black and green on here. Really, really looks fantastic with Tiger Force Outback, and I can't wait to take those photos. And I'll be honest with you, I think the quiver and everything looks almost more organic on that Tiger Force. Like, this guy looks like, he needs a backpack with like some Coors Light in it, not this quiver. I do like the knife and that knife too. Pretty sweet. Yeah, JJ, welcome in. I'm sure you've been here. I just I feel like I haven't said hello. And I wish that one thing that I wish they did, same thing with Blood's dog tags, is they don't hang right. Like, it's almost like they need to get warmed up and then kind of pushed down in. So I seen the Major Blood, I'm definitely going to warm and then stick in his collar because it's perfect size, right? When you get it to sit in there and it pops out, it actually looks fantastic. So, all right. So there is Naugahyde. Now, all of the other things I have on the open pile over there are Buzzer, Ripper, Torch, Zartan, Zanya, Sergeant Slaughter, Akiko, Jinx, Iron Grenadier Bat, and then 2, 3, 4, 5 Scorpions. I have 6 scorpions altogether. I've only opened one. I was also considering using them as trade bait. Um, I, you know, I've been largely like, I know I seem like a crazy person when I buy like a bunch of night vipers, right? But I don't want everything like that. Night vipers were exceptional. I wanted a lot. I sent 2 to Matt from Mos Mind, and I think I'm sending 2 to Jay Antonio, and I think that'll bring me, a dozen. A dozen is plenty fine. Um, and you know, I listen. I almost wanted to, if the Royal Guards, and like I don't think we know ultimately like Python is valued beyond what it was as a like the retail. Uh, it doesn't seem to be rare. There's not a lot of people calling for it. And I was like, well, I could put Pythona up with 4 Royal Guards, and if I didn't have that as a display, I could probably totally be okay with it. You know what I mean? And I would just recoup that money and wind up buying somebody else. And then, I got to looking at the Royal Guards and everybody, and I was like, nah, those things are cool. Even though I don't really have anything like this in my head canon. I feel like this would be cool to have, a couple figures together to do that. I'll probably do that. I'll have Serpentor's chariot with Pythona and Serpentor standing in front of the chariot, and then the four royal guards. I think that's how I'm going to do it. So, um, I don't think anything over there is also worth. I don't think I have anything else new to open, do I? I think that's it. I opened up the Rattler gunner, which everybody saw in the shoot that I did the other day. Listen, I threw that dio together. I took a bunch of pictures, and I was lucky that it came out okay. I really appreciate. It's one of my more liked ones that I've done recently, so I really appreciate everybody. Oh shit, where'd that go? Well, how about that? So I don't know why, but he's got a plastic piece that's usually in there, and that bitch is gone. I literally don't even know what the fuck these pieces are or why they're out. Does it come with the flip? I don't know. But anyway, it looks like I lost one. I've been having a day with losing shit over here, boy. Let me fucking tell you. Man, do I not have those in the right leg? I think maybe that's why it's not fitting so properly. Nope. All right. Well, anyway, it's a cool ass figure. It's really sweet. I don't know. The blue works good. The helmet. Um, I originally just picked this dude up so I could have somebody in the Rattler, because that's a flight helmet if I ever seen one. Totally cool to throw him in a pilot seat, and Baroness in the back or Destro in the back, anything like that. But that's a pilot, right? As far as I was concerned. So I was like, all right. And then the man who put me in the Rattler himself, Dan Salsato, reaches out and says, hey, look at this price. And basically, it was Wild Weasel and Pythona for the car. I'm sorry, Wild Weasel and Baroness for the price of one of them. It was basically buy one, get one free. And Dan, who is the absolute fucking man, totally went out of his way, is going out of his way tomorrow to meet up with a guy on Facebook Marketplace, securing them, and then mailing them to me. So I cannot thank Dan enough. He's an amazing dude. I'm proud to call him a brother. I talk to him all the time. And if you're not watching his channel, you're missing out. That's Curator Dan Collects right here on YouTube. It's a man who's collecting classified and classified adjacent vehicles, third party stuff, the whole nine, and never opened any of it because he knew he was going to be moving and getting a new house. And he was like, man, I'm just going to keep it all like this until I get to where I'm going to set up my toy room. And that's what he did. The man bought a house down south. I've seen videos of it. It's a gorgeous house. Absolutely amazing. Homeboy has set up a very nice room where he's got all his stuff in the back. He's got these nice curio cabinets. But what you're watching is him take a bunch of figures and open them up and talk to you about them. And he does, between 4, 5, 6, I think he did 6 maybe one time, figures. And he edits it. So it's not like they're not super long. They're perfect. And you get to see somebody have the enjoyment of loving a figure for the first time, right? So like, he's kind of doing it sort of chronologically. Like he opens up, stuff for the first couple waves or whatever. That's where he's at. Some of it mixes in a figure that's maybe a little older, but either way, he's opening up the stuff and enjoying it for the first time, like somebody, somebody who hasn't opened it before. So you get to share that excitement again, even if you've opened the figure before. Better find them glasses. Oh, bro, I don't know where they are, dude. It's terrible. My eyes are so fucking bad. But yeah. So Dan is the best. He fucking rocks the house. I know, right? I can't believe I lost that piece, man. Holy fuck! And I did the shoot with him over on the other side. So if it wound up like on the floor or something, my kids were down here scrapbooking like that shit. I ain't never gonna find that fucking A. I mean, the pieces for the Monster Force aren't so bad, but HasLab stuff is where it's at. So I would feel pretty shitty if I ultimately wound up losing that. But so here's another one in the books. Naugahyde going down for the count. I still have all my boxes, y'all. I don't know how many figures I bought loose, but I know it's not many. Like all right here underneath this, I think I have like 300 boxes. I think. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, maybe it is 300. So it's about a dozen a row. And I've got 12 rows. So that's 144. And then I have them stacked 5 high, 3 back. That's 15 times like another. Yeah. So it's like 300 boxes right here. The boxes have become a real issue. Evil Dookie, when he was on, had this fantastic idea. He said, take the plastic out, collapse the box, and then you can put all the boxes into a whatchamacallit. And I got to be honest with you, I'm probably going to wind up having to do that because there's so much space that's being taken up by these boxes. Now, I don't know what I'd be putting down here. I could probably put, a whole bunch of the stuff that I have on shelves over there, in terms of the, like my dial parts and pieces, which I'm going to be doing a big overhaul of that soon. For a while, I was just collecting anything that if I saw it and it remotely looked like I was going to be able to use it in a dial, I was collecting it and all of it collected in the shop. And then one day I finally was like, I got it. I threw out a ton of shit that I knew I was going to never use. I brought the rest of it in here. And now I'm back to the idea that I might just wind up trying to find a way to move the dial stuff to the shop. Now, keeping a bunch of walls and then a selection of pieces that I can just put up for pictures is fine. But I have like just shit over there, all kinds of different construction stuff, like parts, pieces, especially plumbing, like little electrical, like all that. And there's a bunch of it that I'm like, I haven't used yet. I've never put it in a dial. What dial are you making that you're gonna be able to use this shit and fucking so I'm at a crossroads with all that. So that's what's up there. So we are staring at 4 hours. I'm exhausted. My throat kind of hurts. And I have a bunch of shit to do tomorrow. So we're gonna be wrapping this up. A big shout out to my brother Abhi for spending that time and coming through. He is the man. If he didn't have that show afterwards, he would have, trust me, he would have stayed. We do long shows over there all the time. But as I'm sure you all could see, that he's a great guy. And what they're doing, if you haven't joined us over for the open mic night on Tuesdays, you absolutely have to do that. Your boy gets up, they put me on stage, I get to talk about the stuff that I picked up lately, and which actually next week is not going to be a lot. Everybody's going to be, not disappointed, but I usually come with like 12 figures and some gridiron stuff and the Mos Mind fucking thing. So I next week, this week I got 2 more Royal Guards. Honestly, I'm not even really that sure what I've gotten this week, because I had another little tear. I go in these spurts where I'll get like take care, Destro and chat. Edward Gary, thank you for coming through. I appreciate it. This week in Hearthstone, wrapping up myself. Thanks all. Had a blast. This week in Hearthstone, you rock the house. Just another jerk. Thank you for coming through, my brother. I appreciate it. So yeah, I continue to try to find as much time as I can to come down here. I need to, like I said, make definitive choices on this. I can't keep just moving this stuff around every time I come down. I want to be able to Roadblock, thank you so much, my brother. This is a great show. Thank you for coming through. I really appreciate it. We'll see you on the Twitter streets tomorrow, my dude. So yeah, they in the near future, I was really hoping to do my 788 major blood shoot tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it because I have to work upstairs. I have a ton of shit to do, and my kids are going with my mom in the morning. So I thought about, oh, that would be a perfect time to come down here and do that when they're not here. But the problem is, if I start off down here, I'll never make it upstairs, and I have to get a bunch of shit done up there tomorrow. So it is what it is. But I've had this 788 shoot planned in my head for a while, and I have two particular shots that I know are going to look fucking amazing, and then I'm just going to have a series of other things happening. My idea, for those of you still hanging around, my idea was to basically have the 788 team overrunning a Joe compound, right? And it was going to start off by I have three missile systems, and I have three stingers. So I was going to have three stingers pull up with the missile system, have the 788 crew ready, and we were going to launch all, what is it, three missiles, three systems, all nine of those huge missiles on the compound, obliterating almost everything. And then a 788 tank comes in. It's got the guns out. I have two fire teams. So, the one on this side, one on this side. They'll be led by Major Blood, guns out, going nuts. The only thing I haven't decided yet is if I'm going to utilize these guys. They look just like 788, but they're not. So I was kind of like, maybe for this particular shoot, I've used 788 only, right? The actual 788 stuff. Now, Major Blood's not either, but come on, look at the color. But I just can't help but think. So right now, I took one of these out and I put it up with the trooper, the infantry, and the range viper, the 788 crew. And listen, they look perfect. I actually, before I got all these other Crimson guards, I bought two of their Crimson Alley Viper shields to see if like the infantry guy could use it. And I was like, yes, but also not really because it just doesn't, for some reason, it doesn't fit. Paul Morales at the Toy Chamber, thank you so much for coming through. We'll see you in them Twitter streets, my dude. So yeah, I've got a plus I got these new grenades. Oh, wait, this isn't that. I got these new grenades. I got the M67s in the fire team colors. So I'm going to utilize those. I think it might be a ultimately I would start out in an armory where Major Blood shows up. Destro gives him his crate and he kind of dips behind a thing and comes back and he goes from the Cobra Island Major Blood to the 788. And Destro's like, now you're the head of 788. We have an important mission. Let's go. They introduce him to the troops. He tells everybody that we complete the mission or don't nobody go home. And that's the gist of it. And we're going to have them overrun a compound. I'm going to have them doing crazy shit to these Joes, and I'm going to do it to I think I would really love to do it to the song Natural Born Killers by Dr. Dre and Ice Cube. It's the lyrics of it don't entirely fit, but the theme of it, the song is awesome. It sounds crazy. The beat is so heavy, and I think it would be cool, right? Because they, Team 788, Natural Born Killers, right? It seems to fit, but we'll see how that ultimately plays out because, I feel like I've had other ideas and they also sound fantastic. But for some reason, I just can't. I keep coming back to the Natural Born Killers one. So, yeah, for sure. I am gonna, I didn't get into any Sys3darsenal or Mos Mind stuff. I did show off a little bit of each. I am gonna have to pass on that for now. Well, you know what? I'll do a couple things real quick. So I did show this off. Amazing. Chris, this is from Chris from Sys3darsenal. You can get tools right from Amazon that are awesome. Absolutely love it. I also got this nice open top concept with some of the new M67s, or I'm sorry, the new flashbangs, which I think are just insane. Look at the detail. Look at the pin, the pop. And they all come in this with this open face. I love it. I think it's fantastic. I think it's really, really cool. I had also gotten some other stuff from Chris recently about I got the hand cart, a couple. Oh, got a nice black barrel. Now this is in that newer style that he was doing, like the chemical barrel. Really, really dope. Top comes off, like stays on there good, but comes off easy. You can put a lot of different shit in there. I think it's really cool. So I've been bolstering a lot of the black stuff. I got a couple new ammo sets of ammo cans. I love these. I like buying you get the ones like this. He also has like the full set, so they scale together, right? So it's the same size, whether you get the big one or a couple of the small ones. They all look fantastic. It's really, really dope shit. You need to go over it. You have to go check out. Don't let me pull stuff for you to look at. You can go over to sys3darsenal.com. That's SYS3DARSENAL.com. Use Destro Designs to get 10% off your purchase. And listen, there's something for everybody in the price range over there. You absolutely have to go check it out. Now, in my next couple of shows, I'm going to be spending a little more time talking about Sys3darsenal and Mos Mind. It just showed that away from me today. So Mos Mind, the maker of the magnificent beast, the Atlas. I just want to throw this out there real quick. This is the coolest thing that I own. The only thing I like as much as this is the hiss, because I'm obsessed with that. But this right here is a magnificent feat in toy photography and design. If you look, you've got almost like a bulkhead style door that goes in there. Absolutely fantastic. Seats. Oh, that's my fault. Seats that fold down right here and right here, so you can fit maximum troops or sit them down. It's just great. The modular ability. Oh, backpack racks up in there. There is an absolutely fantastic jerry can on each side. Boom. One of the coolest features on anything that I have is, and this works so well for toy photography, this whole thing comes down. You can arrange your figures in there with plenty of space and then put it back, take your photos through here. But the door does open. More detailed than you could shake a stick. The ARC cannon is fucking awesome. It's got optics. It can be operated from inside or set it on auto. Have it scan the area so you can't get snuck up on. Of course, you've got a nice hatch. Again, great detail. Look at the front. There's something about the front of this that I fucking love. It looks so tough. It kind of reminds me of the Space Marines from Aliens. They've got that. This is a much bigger, beefier, badass version. But the way that front is, it's just money. I love it. Now, this is the biggest thing that Matt makes, but he has all kinds of stuff again for different price ranges. I encourage you to go over to Mos Mind Custom Design or Mos Mind Custom Creations on Etsy. You can use Destro Designs 10. We'll get you 10% off your purchase over there. Fantastic stuff. You have to go check both these sites out. Again, I do enjoy showing off stuff. It's just a little late, so I'm not going to do that today. But when you go over there and check your stuff out, you are going to be like, wow, holy motherfucker, dude. They both make the most amazing shit. That's why I'm always pounding the table for everybody to go check them out. I love using their stuff for my toy photography. Forget it. Like most of if you look at my pictures, they look good because it's chock full of stuff from these guys. Like those outdoor winter scenes that I was doing with the Cobra base. Sure, I did have to lug all that shit out outside and do that. But the reason those shots look good is because they have stuff from Chris from Sys3darsenal and Matt from Mos Mind. Chris has some new stuff that's just been coming out. He is just turning out the hits like crazy. Matt just came out with the Oracle. He's also venturing into something that I can't talk about, but you are going to be happy. If you remember how right I was about the Oracle, I'm the same way it's going to be with the new stuff that he's doing. Everybody's going to love it. So remember that without all of you showing up and making our community as awesome as it is, I'm just a guy with ideas, right? I love bringing this community together, keeping everybody together. keep us all moving in the. Oh, you're still on, cool. Oh no, brother, we are wrapping up. I'm getting off right now. Heading out in a sec. I'm just saying my goodbyes. But yeah, I do my best to try and pull everybody together. We're working towards a common goal of having a place where everybody can come. And the one compliment that I got, one gentleman had said, after he comes and interacts with us on the timeline, he puts his phone down and then goes back to real life happier than before he picked up his phone. And he said he's just a more positive person in general, and he feels like he is a better person to the people that are around him. So not only does that change that dynamic in that family, those people in that family then turn around and are better to everybody else that's around them. And that's exponential growth of happiness. And honestly, like I know it sounds a little dramatic, but the bottom line is I hear this from people all the time that people are ecstatic to be on the timeline. They feel encouraged. There's people that they feel seen, they feel heard, they feel understood. I think there's a lot of people, maybe toy collectors, that never had a group of friends that were like this, and we're able to share their experiences in the way that we're able to do. But again, these are ideas that I have. They don't mean anything unless the people in the community step up and do what they do. So I can't thank all of you enough for that alone, because this community has been great for me. This last year has been a turning point. Like, I feel I've hit a crazy high, right? Where I continue to go up. As Destro Design grows, our community only gets better. And ultimately, my goal is to be able to do this in a way where I can take a lot of time out of my week. I can do less actual work and put time into content, not just toy photography, but here on the YouTube channel, doing more reviews. Like the next time we get like a hit with some news, I'm probably going to do a news burst. Or I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. That's what Chris from the Full Force calls it. I'll probably do just like a news drop, like, oh hey, most likely I'll get the news from Chris. And for the majority of what I know comes from, what that gentleman has figured out. I'm sure everybody follows him. If you're not, the Full Force is amazing. You got to be over there. But also, in terms of, Destro Designs and growth, special shout out to Mark Fogarty over at Destro is My Spirit Animal. He has the most amazing channel, and he's so gracious to have me on all the time. Mr. R.A. Rain in the chat and I will be there. Also with, I believe, probably Birdman, discussing the vehicles of 1985. So we did the figures 2 weeks ago. We're going to knock out the vehicles, and it's going to be fucking awesome. So that's Monday nights. You can find me over there. Tuesday nights, you can find me on the Figure Fight Club open mic night. Hopefully one of these Wednesdays, you find me, sooner than later, you will find me dropping G.I. Joe news over on the 3POA podcast with Laser Pants. Great show. Friday nights, I'm not there, but you can join Abhi and them on their plastic journeys. And then, of course, here, Saturday nights, I'm Destro Designs, and we are live from Viper Den Studios. Also, one of the coolest things that I've been doing lately, Tuesday and Friday, I'm dropping articles with Serpentor's Lair. Make sure you are following them on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Also, make sure that you've bookmarked the site, right? serpentorslayer.com. It is fucking awesome. They have amazing people writing over there. Everything about them is great. I think they would describe it as an 80s nostalgia way back machine that brings us to where we want to be. So thank you all. For the 12 people that are still here 4 hours later watching, I cannot thank you enough. I don't know what it would be like trying to stay positive and do a show if I looked up and there was like, hell, if one person took the time, I would be flattered. But it's nice to see that there's still, everybody hangs out this late. But my old ass has to get to bed. I was working upstairs today, and if everybody's heard me talk about that remodel I'm doing in my house, I hit kind of a issue where I have my kitchen light hasn't been functioning right, and I knew I needed to run some new wires and shit. And when I started taking the subfloor up, which I was not intending to take up, taking the subfloor up to get down in between the joists, there is a whole section of the floor which is in essence the kitchen ceiling that is chock full of this old, nasty insulation. I, I'm almost positive it's not asbestos, but it is some chemical gross shit that was dusty. It was everywhere. I had to fucking put a whole white. I look like Walter White in fucking Breaking Bad. The full white zip up suit. I have a face shield with the breather, the respirator, the whole thing. And I was up there sweating my fucking balls off, getting rid of all that insulation, vacuuming it out, bagging it up. So when I go to take the bags out, I'll be able to put them out the window into the back of my truck. And it was just a whole day's worth of work that I wasn't expecting to have to do. And when I've been doing this remodel for a hot minute now, as well as doing full-time job and all the GI Joe stuff, I don't even want to say challenging, but today when I was up there, I felt like I was spinning my wheels because it was a whole day's worth of work. So tomorrow I've got to go in there and I've got to hit it super hard to get myself caught back up to stay on this timeline, because my house is all in an upheaval because everything that was upstairs came downstairs. So I got to knock that out up there so we can everybody can get back to life to normal here. So my ass has got to go get to bed. So I want to be able to get upstairs and be working before 9:30, 10 o'clock. And at this rate, I don't by the time I go upstairs, I'm going to get something to eat, and my ass probably won't even be able to fall asleep until like 1 if I'm lucky. So that makes for a rough Sunday morning. Thank God the kids are going with my mom. And I because when I go work up there, they're like, "Oh, Dad, can you just come down here and help us for a second?" Meanwhile, I'm covered in dust. I got my mask. I got all this shit on where I'm trying to work. And I'm like, no, I can't just stop, decontaminate, come in there, hang out for 20 minutes, and then come back pouring sweat the whole time, feeling disgusting. Like it's tough. Hey, I'm providing a great place for my family to live, and that's what's important. So I'll do this all day. But in order to do that, I gotta go get my beauty rest. Otherwise, I'd grab a couple more of these figures and fucking open them up, because I still can't believe I don't have Torch, Ripper, or Buzzer open yet. I opened Monkey Wrench when I got him because he was awesome, and I never got around to opening those. So those will get open probably Tuesday when I'm on Figure Fight Club. That is the one thing I like about that open mic night. When I'm not talking or showing my stuff, I'm opening figures, and I think I've opened like 90 figures while sitting there on that show. I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. And my voice is like gone, so I do got to get going. Again, thank you all from the bottom of my Cobra Blue heart for all of your support. Thank you to everybody in the community. If you happen to be watching, you're not in the community, go to Twitter. I'm on Destro Designs. You can find me there. Every platform now, I have Destro Designs, Viper Den Studios. That is Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. I got it all. And YouTube, obviously. So make sure you're subscribed to this channel. Make sure that you like this video. All of that is super important, right? Same thing across all the social media platforms. If I'm posting finished photography, I would greatly appreciate it if you shared the hell out of it, right? It does a world of good. So thank you all so much for coming again. I greatly appreciate it. I will see you all in those social media streets. Have a good night.